guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
And we're live. Welcome to Anonymous Bites Back episode. Well, we're not even counting the episodes. My bad. This is April 22nd, 2021. I know we went live yesterday or 2 days ago, but we still have a lot to talk about. Do you guys want to talk about what we were talking about before we went live?
Which part?
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
with Val.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So, if you're here from Slow News Day, then you just heard some of this. But Valentin Broekschmidt, think I'm saying that right?
Yeah.
Went missing on April 6th of this year. He was the whistleblower who provided a treasure trove of documents to the FBI and to the New York Times. And his adopted father, William, was executive or CEO at Deutsche Bank. And these were the disclosures that came out in 2019 that people thought was another smoking gun to Donald Trump, because Deutsche Bank had just got busted and had to pay a bunch of fines for laundering some Russian oligarch money. The CEO in question, William Broekschmidt, he committed suicide in 2014. Now, I don't know. I don't know because what the details of that were. But if it's not already weird enough, Moby, the techno DJ, and Adam Schiff come into play. Tyler, I don't know if you would have picked that up or not. I'm trying to get a promo to you out. I haven't got down to that yet.
Yeah, I just made 2 posts too, with the link to this show. And so, so basically, that the guy was just he's like the son of this higher up Deutsche Bank guy, right? And that Deutsche Bank guy, he committed suicide, or he was suicided. We don't know, of course. And that guy ended up with all these files. And he goes to celebrities.
Yeah, he pulled them off his email.
Yeah, he goes to the celebrities, to the FBI, to the New York Times, and he wants to expose it all. And then 2 weeks ago he disappears. His car is found without him in it, and he's been gone ever since. Yeah.
I read something in an article that was related to this. Originally, Val wanted to sell the documents to the FBI, but he got his girlfriend in France a specialty visa.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he wanted to sell them to the Senate Intelligence Committee, or House Intelligence Committee. Sorry, that according to the article, at any rate, he was trying to. Let's see, where did it go? Oh, they kind of put it out of sequence, but Broekschmidt reportedly demanded money for sharing the documents with the committee, House Intelligence Committee, but was refused. Adam Schiff, subsequently subpoenaed Broekschmidt for the documents. So in order to get to that point, there's he went to the New York Times first, David Enrich. He went to the Times and then the FBI. And then he wound up at a party in LA where he met Moby, who introduced him to Adam Schiff. Now, this guy, his son, this is the son of a Deutsche Bank CEO. So, okay, Grant, there's reason off the bat for him to be at a party where a washed up techno DJ and a congressman are. I'll grant you that. Sure. But what the fuck?
Yeah, this is like really strange. Like all of a sudden, like Moby comes into the picture. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, we went from like Law and Order to a David Lynch show. Like real quick. Like at first it was just corrupt bank executives. Son has some documents and yeah.
But
all of a sudden fucking Moby's involved and huh?
But apparently some of this documentation from the Deutsche Bank ties back to Donald Trump.
So I mean, does it? Because whatever came from that.
I don't know. I just was reading in the article that the documents he was sitting on were tied to Donald Trump.
Tied to, yeah, but is that tied to like the Russians hacked our freedom?
Well, yeah, that too.
You know, like because I don't know. There's another article that's linked to that, and it says like find out how this particular thing and the Sony hack are tied together, but it's not the anonymous hack or the Lulzsec Hackasody or whichever crew put that together.
You know what's weird about
it's to do with the North Korean one.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. I was reading the article that Val was known to use drugs, and I've heard this before over the years. The best way to make a drug addict look like he killed himself is to make it look like an overdose. I'm wondering if that's the kind of foul play that they're gonna find.
Right. Well, and that's right out of the playbook too.
That's so weird. Because he's been missing for almost 2 weeks now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks now. Yeah.
Yeah,
now it
2
becomes,
weeks and some change.
Yeah, now it becomes strange, right? Okay, so it's perfectly normal for someone like to disappear a few days, take some time off, but after 2 weeks, it becomes kind of.
Yeah, they have an LAPD missing persons report from his girlfriend already.
Yeah. He's well known in the community by now, and yeah, people are really worried about it. Yeah. So it seems like, yeah, to go to like the FBI, etc. Like one of the first things is it shows like some inexperience in things.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's to say it nicely. And always, yeah.
Well, I mean, we said it on the show earlier. Like, if you're a whistleblower, if you've got a treasure trove of documents, the last people you go to are the feds in the New York Times. But I mean,
yeah, but
there's WikiLeaks.
You're assuming maybe
They have they're the OG fucking secure drop, man, and they have the infrastructure to protect you as a whistleblower. The only reason Chelsea Manning did any time is because an absolute piece of shit named Adrian Lamo went to the feds.
He
worked for the New York Times, huh? Lamo.
Yeah, you have to say lame-o.
Piece of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but it's just like, okay, if you're inexperienced, who do you go to? Yeah, you think like uh, New York Times is the biggest one.
The paper of record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
FBI, yeah, they're legitimate federal investigators. They will catch the criminals, right? So that's how you think if you're inexperienced.
Right. I mean, but this guy, he was the son of a Deutsche Bank CEO. He, out of all people, should know that the last people you could trust are the feds.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe he thought it was so big that they couldn't ignore it. I mean, their political hay was made out of it, for sure. Deutsche Bank paid tens of $1 million in fines as a result of this kid's leaks. This guy's leaks. He's my age, you know. I mean, they were successful in terms of that, for sure. But we've clearly only seen, you know, just a handful of what it had to offer. Nobody?
Oh, sorry. I was just looking at like a possible typo.
Yeah, so if you're like going to like a newspaper, it only works once, right? Like a big newspaper will be involved with exposing some serious crimes, and it will be successful once. But after that, the criminal establishment will have taken like measures to stop it from happening a second time. So they will compromise people inside your newspaper. They will do other things to make sure it never happens again. So with the New York Times, yeah, it's just in the past they did some good things too, but yeah, that's not possible anymore today. This is what you're dealing with. You're dealing with criminals at the highest level. Think about these Epstein people who are like connected to all these politicians, and yeah, they can do. They got so many strings to like pull, and
You know what I'm surprised is the mainstream media hasn't even covered this. You know, that's very surprising.
Oh, his disappearance?
No, I just I typed in his name, missing, nothing. Nothing, no article on him since 2019. I think there's like one, yeah, some independent called Raw Story, but other than that, no. Nobody covered this. That's interesting. Wow.
I mean, you can generally tell a lot about where the meat of the story or the heart of the story is by who isn't talking about it. And I mean, we've got like one of the most CIA friendly Congress critters in the whole sewer in Adam Schiff, and a known CIA asset in Moby. And this guy in his emails, and we know what Enric printed because it's in the New York Times, so we know what was allowed to go out. What was allowed to go out was certainly used to paint Donald Trump in a negative light, though nothing seems to have come from that. But maybe it's just run-of-the-mill billionaire corrupt shit. The problem with Donald Trump, the reason that he was largely untouchable while he was in office is because if he goes down, like the entire building's guilty of the exact same shit. Maybe to varying degrees, but varying degrees of criminality are still criminality, especially in terms of like spreading the fucking love around to your family. Hunter Biden. Charisma, you know, I mean, like, fuck, dude. But I seriously though, does anybody know if anything ever came out of the Donald Trump Deutsche Bank story? Almo, do you know?
No, I mean they were going to release Texas there for a while too, and nothing came
What
of
crap
that.
are you in a wind tunnel?
You know, it's just like that dangling.
Oh,
that
oh, your
keeps
mic
running
is giving out, Elmo.
Aw. Shit.
Are you there?
Hmm.
Maybe he just needs to reconnect his mic. It just sound like a bad connection.
Yeah. But I mean, seriously though, I don't know if it was used as a springboard with which to further smear Trump, or if. And look, man, I'm not defending Donald Trump. Don't get me wrong. That's not where I'm coming from. Donald Trump is a carnival barker and a vaccine salesman and a real estate broker for Israel. He's a fucking piece of shit, responsible for two of the two largest, let me say that right, the two largest upward transfers of wealth in recorded human history. Absolute scumbag. Number of coups, both failed and successful. Fucking more drone strikes than Obama, which Joe Biden is on par to beat, because that's just how American foreign policy works. Yeah. But yeah, they threw everything at the dude, and when it came down to it, and he was like, okay, well, you guys do this shit too, so if you want to dance, we can dance. I mean, but he was the perfect guy to usher in this accelerated era of welcoming in our AI overlords and the Great Reset and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. That never could have happened with Hillary Clinton in office. But now you got fucking John Kerry running around and saying there is no single administration that is more capable and ready to bring in the Great Reset. So.
The chat is really busy, and there's a lot of people on YouTube, so welcome everyone.
Oh, cool. Hey, folks. We got 26 on YouTube. We got 17 on Rockfin.
For now, YouTube seems to be winning, but usually it switches to like Rockfin winning at the end. Yeah.
There was reports out that going back to Trump, that Deutsche Bank was the last major bank that would work with Trump. He had blown his credit with pretty much everybody else, and then he was even on the outs with Deutsche Bank there near the end. So I don't know how the guy manages to keep his shit rolling, but.
Yeah,
well, and he's in China really heavily now. China. He's got a fuck ton of businesses over in China, and so does little Vonks with her Vax.
Yeah, Ivanka's big over there, and hey, well, she had companies to run, so even while she was in the government, she was still running her business over there. It's okay. It's like Hunter Biden, filtering money to the big guy. I mean, it's okay. It's how America works.
Yeah. Although in Hunter Biden's case, I mean, it really was keeping up with a not just uniquely American, but tradition of royals and nobles everywhere, where he was not only fucking his brother's wife, but also their kid.
Well, we need Caligula as a leader. Let's just get this over with, crash this empire. Let's do it right.
Bro, I would have taken a horse over fucking Mad Dog Mattis or David Petraeus. I would have.
All right, marry your horse and your sister, and then you have to bang your sister too.
I mean, this really is just a relocation of the Roman Empire, and every time it crumbles and relocates, just whatever's left is just left to fucking rot.
It seems to move west, though, the power. Like, you had like the Roman Empire, then it moves to France, to Napoleon and stuff, and then it moves to the United States. And Now it seems to be slowly moving towards like Asia or to China.
Yep.
It always
Yeah.
moves west for some reason. I don't know why that is, but
Oh, I'm sure there's some like astrotheological reason or just some,
yeah, I believe that
tied
that
into it.
not like that actually that astrotheology is causing it, but there is certain elites following that thing, or certain people in power following a certain agenda. That's pretty much what I think about it.
It's precession of tyranny. That's what it is. It's like a
Well-
precession of the equinoxes.
Speaking of which, the procession, like, remember how you guys were joking about the 51st state? I think it was like a few months ago. And now it passed the Senate. And what I was hearing, it was just another power grab for a political party to gain more seats. But I heard down the food chain that if this happens, if this goes through, that some states might think about leaving the United States.
Oh yeah.
What,
It's been going on
like
for a
there
while,
would be
right?
a secessionist movement based on DC getting statehood?
Yeah.
So, I mean, Texas tries to secede every time their legislature convenes.
Mm-hmm.
And California
Uh,
too, right? It also always wants to distance from the rest for some reason.
Well, there was that one venture capitalist dude that fucking wanted the 6 Californias. There's usually like a 2 Californias proposed. It's all over the place, but I mean, it's fucking the way that the state is set up. It's set up so fucking bass backwards in terms of where the water comes from that like there's no way that you could split it into North and South California, or it's like 6 different Californias without 4/5 of the state being just absolutely fucked on their water.
That's why you need the state of Jefferson. Northern California wants to secede from the South because y'all are so fucked up.
I'm in Northern California. I'm
All right,
part
good
of
for
that.
you.
I actually have state of Jefferson on one of my hats. And not because it was a white supremacist fucking Shangri-La, but because it's beautiful up there. That's where like actual real California is. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the whole
Yeah,
water
but-
crisis. You guys think
That's where I'm headed again too. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Did you guys say about the water crisis?
Well, and where it comes from.
Well, it's all manufactured.
Because, like,
you know, it's all manufactured.
Well, the vast majority of Southern California's water doesn't come from Southern California.
Well, it's almost ridiculous. If you've ever been to the Middle East, they don't have extreme water reservoirs. The only solution is to build offshore water desalination plants, which would require $1 billion investment. Which is and I've heard why this never goes through into the water politics. It's due to lobbyists and legal jargon, which stops the whole process, which would have ended the whole water crisis about 10 or 20 years ago.
I thought there were pretty strong environmental concerns over desalination.
Yeah, but it's the only solution. You know?
Doesn't it like completely fucking wreck a coastline though?
I mean, it would have to be put somewhere. I mean, they've done it in the Middle East. But the growing climate change doesn't support enough water to go to rain in Southern California. So unless Los Angeles would like to move somewhere else, or people would like to move out of Southern California, but
they'd love to, but it's too expensive.
yeah.
Like it really is. Like the only reason I haven't left California is because it's too fucking expensive to move. Like it's expensive to move here, but man, it's fucking harder to leave.
Yeah. Okay. So why is it possible to create some kind of like water supply that works for the entire country? Is that too difficult in the USA or?
Well, it's how
Well,
many
there
people you
is
have to bribe.
yeah there are ways that run are runoffs from the Colorado River, but I don't know exactly what happens to those when they get down to the south to the Southern California area. Um, but as far as I know, there's been, in the desert they have underground rivers, but those will eventually end up going dry. The only long term solution is desalination plants, or you can evaporate water out of the atmosphere, but uh, it's very inefficient.
Well, and then you guys were getting rid of all your dams there. I mean, you already got a water problem, and then the solution is to get rid of your dams. It's just like you're just doing it to yourself. Something wrong.
You say that like the individual private citizen actually has a say within, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with how California's government works, but do you know the mob?
The
Do you know how the mafia works?
Well, they have a water,
mafia.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
they have
yeah.
water mafia kind of going on that's dictating all of this shit.
Well, and the governor is literally the grandnephew of a fucking Baltimore gangster.
Well, so is Pelosi. I mean, they're all.
Yeah, I know.
it's a
He's
crime
yeah,
family. I mean,
Gavin Newsom is
runs
Nancy
California.
Pelosi's nephew.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the Browns and all. I mean, that started. I think that dynasty's been there for like 80 years. Well, that's just what y'all put up with. See, I mean, it's
Well, and then there's the Sackler
okay.
family, and then there's Tech, and then there's Hollywood, and then there's the military-industrial complex. And those things combined eliminate the possibility of your personal vote, at least for a statewide office in most county city positions, from ever being counted or useful.
Oh, but it's a democracy. I mean, that's what Democrats always tell us. I mean, every vote counts.
Republicans don't tell you that? Or, come on, man.
Yeah,
Don't,
yeah,
dude.
like,
Fucking
you know,
team, no
60%.
team here, dude. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean,
Like,
you know,
I
it's
understand
in the
that California is
70%.
ran by Democrats, but it's not like Republicans don't peddle that fucking happy horseshit about democracy of the republic and all, like that fucking means
Yeah,
anything.
but the difference is they don't have a 70% supermajority like Democrats do. You guys
In that
run it
one
as a
state,
problem,
you're correct.
It's your fault.
Who are you saying you to?
Pretty
The
sure it's not,
citizens of California who vote.
Did I
for
not
the
just
70%
explain that the
supermajority.
vote doesn't fucking
That's what I'm
matter?
talking about.
Like, I understand that that's the flavor, that Democrat is the flavor for this state. What that means is fucking marketing bullshit, man. Big tech, the military industrial complex, definitely the Sackler family, and fucking Hollywood. Those
and a bad
are
leftist attitude, don't
fucking,
forget that.
those are stateless, soulless, no politics having other than the further acceleration of their wealth and power. I don't
It's
know a
just
better
what
way to
communists do.
explain it to you.
It's just what communists do. Flow News today, that's what happens. Becomes a mafia.
Okay, if that's
Cutting
the
off.
word you need to use to
Yeah.
make you feel better, sure. But
Yeah.
that's that. If you need
But
to put a
that's
red
one-
hat on fucking like technocratic authoritarianism, sure, man, do that. But it doesn't fucking mean what you think it means.
Well, but the end result is a bunch of shit, and we just can complain about it, right? Because we just keep voting for more of it. Is that the solution?
Are you drunk?
No, I'm giving you outward view of the mental condition that goes on out there. That's all. I'm just, it's that leftist mindset. It's a defeatist leftist mindset that I bring up so often. That's why it happens. It's a mental condition. That's
You're
what it really
right. I forgot. Nobody on the right says vote. Fuck, dude. I can't believe I forgot that. This is fucking dumb, man. There's no left or right about like
Really?
not when you get to the actual people in charge of government. No, dude, left and right is shit they use to fucking distract you. We base this shit off of where the French Parliament sat in the fucking 1700s. How fucking dumb do you have to be to like keep running with those narratives? Every time you do that shit, you help the people who are in charge. That's
Well,
like
I thought
really,
there was
that's
some
like
Black Lives Matter
intentionally
being put.
dividing people over meaningless fucking marketing
Oh,
terms.
well. Okay, so we won't hear any more narratives like we do all the time from now on?
I mean, I kind of thought the whole point of this show was to fucking like push past those and destroy them, not fucking encourage them. Yeah, miss them. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's between left and right at all. It's like between authoritarians and people who want more freedom, pretty much it. And I think they're in both sides of the political spectrum. You have these in the left, you have people who want more authority, they want to limit free speech and all these things. But on the right, you have them too. I mean, look at the Patriot Act in the past and these things. So both sides are guilty, but yeah, this is how I look at it. I'm an outsider in that, so I don't know.
I was just talking about the water politics. It's really, I really don't think it's all political when it comes to water politics. Like I got fairly involved in like why there was no desalinization plants in in Southern California. Well, there's actually one that I think that they started to build in San Diego, but I'm not sure what happened. What happened to about that? And I knew there was like a $500 million price tag, and it was only going to service the San Diego area. But as far as Southern California in general is concerned, it more revolves around this like water mafia, kind of dictating what is going on and what is not going on. I remember this one city where they were. Did you ever hear about this? Where there was this one city that was dealing with toxic levels of cadmium in their water, and the water company wasn't going to do anything about it, and then it had to take the legal system getting involved, and this went on for almost like a year.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, basically what it boils down to, I think, is just it's more of a the who's who club of the water mafia. It's really not. I mean, if you look anywhere in the Southern California area, there are tons of projects done by the Army Corps of Engineers, but that was done 40, 50 years ago. Nothing has been really done since then, and the population of Southern California has grown dramatically since then.
Well, there's probably a frog or a cricket there that's some kind of endangered species we have to worry about,
Yes,
No, it's
I
the
do agree
family.
with that's always been a big concern, I guess, when it comes to the conservationists. But the conservationists in this state seem to forget that in the 1970s there was a ship for about 2 or 3 years was dumping DDT off of the Southern California coastline near Catalina and San Pedro, and they now, because it has become a concern, right? Because some undercover investigative journalist from the LA Times has made it such a big issue, and this was there for almost 35 years, maybe even 40. Now they're starting to clean it up, when we're dealing with that pesticide that was illegalized in the 1970s, I believe, somewhere around there.
Well, so it's just starting to leak now. Is that they're
Oh
picking up
no,
traces of it?
it's been leaking. It's been leaking for quite a long time. I think the Natural Game and Wildlife has known that there was poisonings going on in the local fish population down there. Um, but yeah, that's I don't know. Sometimes when it comes to the conservationist movement towards some of these animals, you can do things safely. You know, it just requires more planning. And I think that that's the end all, say all when it comes to any sort of advancement that would help the people. Um, like I don't, I mean, the technology could be clean, it could be recyclable. It is energy heavy, but that can be balanced out with natural power, you know.
Years ago, and it's been shot down ever since. That crazy Lyndon LaRouche, they had it was called Inhofe. It was a way of doubling the water supply to the west by channeling Columbia River water through the various rivers out there. And they've shot that plan down ever since.
Yeah, like
So there is a way to get you more water. It's just that they don't want you to have it. That's the
exactly.
conclusion you have to come to. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and there are some tycoons around here. There are some individual cities that do have there's like a water mafia in northern Orange County. I guess the York somebody with the Yorba Linda family or whatever is one family controlling a whole water power plant, mm. A water treatment facility. So and from what I hear that they're always charging more every year for the same amount of water for no reason. So
Yeah, it's a way of limiting the capacity of the state. I think they've finally figured out there's enough people, or the resources are coming to a limit, or the limit they're setting. It's not that you couldn't get more. That's the thing. But let's say you doubled it, you're still gonna. You know how people are. They're just gonna run it up. Okay, there'd be 80 million people in California then. Same problem.
same, yeah. It's literally what it boils down to. The only solution I've ever heard of coming out of the government of the state of California is water conservation, which makes no sense because you're surrounded by a body of water. If Israel could figure out, if the UAE could figure out, if the Saudis could figure out, if the who else who else is around there? If Jordan could figure it out, then I'm pretty sure that California can figure it out.
Hmm.
I mean, what would the UAE be if there was no water treatment plants out there? You would have no Dubai, you know.
Exactly. It's all not that hard, but like, yeah, it's all where your focus is, right? I mean, and in the USA, I'm surprised that you have like the biggest military budget. Cut down the military budget a little bit. Not saying like make your army weaker, but spend it more wisely, perhaps. Then
I was reading an
switch money.
article that they were planning on making more nuclear warheads.
First, fix the water supply, and then start with the nuclear warheads. Oh my god, man! Like,
Well, you always have to remember that you're dealing with complete psychopaths and narcissists. You know, you know, especially in today's government. I mean, it's just a global problem. They all act all together. They're all coordinated to get through the union and all the rest of this. It's just disgusting. Everybody's bought off.
I know that, but like, it's not like some army is going to invade the USA. Like, because you have legal weapons possessions and stuff, no army is going to be stupid enough to invade the USA because everyone has a gun, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's just not going to happen. It's impossible. This is just this is the dumbest move ever. Like, everyone is armed. You're talking about, what is it, 350 million people, and like at least half of them are armed. So yeah, no,
Um,
that's all fear mongering yeah.
Speaking of which,
Oh,
talking about nuclear arsenals, I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the Iran news. How they're about 2 weeks ago, their nuclear their nuclear power plant people, in a very odd patriotic fashion, were singing the national anthem inside of the nuclear power plant, right? Only followed by next week to in Syria, we're launching. This happened yesterday. They were launching missiles towards the nuclear. I think it's a nuclear power plant or nuclear refinement in Israel, and this is like days before USA was going to, like. I guess they were talking today between the Iran nuclear talks with the USA. And I know there's been a lot of back and forth going on, but this just seems like if they keep on going like this, if they keep on trying to hit each other's nuclear facilities, there's going to be a problem on both sides, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys caught that video where they were singing inside of a nuclear power plant. It was the most disturbing
No.
thing I've ever seen. Like, you know, I mean, you would never see that thing in the United States. I'm just saying.
Well, you might.
They were
Well,
saying
you might.
you could see the nuclear rods in the background. That was how disturbing. That's where they were singing it in.
You know, these guys, they just want a nuclear weapon because they fear an invasion of the USA, and they want to have this weapon just to have some kind of like collateral. They're not planning to use nuclear weapons, the Iranians. Like, that is another thing, like for fear mongering. Like these countries are just obsessed with getting something that scares whatever hostile army enough, so they won't invade them. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
and
the
they
thing
go.
is that I think most people who understand nuclear science, right, or how to build a nuclear weapon, is that at the current rate, Iran would never have enough refined uranium, or if they are trying to manufacture plutonium, to make anything efficient. They don't have enough. That's the end all deal. I mean, at best, they could build maybe a suitcase one, which would maybe detonate a couple of blocks, but nothing nothing like you would see in Hiroshima or Nagasaki. You know.
Honestly, Mark, I think you misread the United States because, I mean, if anybody would use a nuclear weapon, it would be us because
Yeah.
with all this, apocalyptic end times, Zionist and Christian evangelicals who want who want the end times. I mean, I think we would use it. I mean, we're just that crazy.
And the US is the only country that ever used it against another country.
Yeah.
Not even once. I mean, they threw like bombs on like, what is it, like Nagasaki, Hiroshima. They did
Oh
so
yeah,
much.
the sick part about the whole Enola Gay bombing with their two bombs, they knew how many people it would kill. That's the disturbing part. They knew it wouldn't hit the military targets. It was going to be civilian casualties as well.
Yeah. Now there's about 80,000 or something at Hiroshima. 80,000 civilian casualties at least.
Yes.
I remember it well. So that's just like incredible amounts, right? Who kills 80,000 civilians? Like with one bomb. Like it's insane, right? And then you have, even in the war in Iraq, they didn't use nuclear weapons, but they did use like MOABs, for example, causing lots to bunker busters, causing lots and lots of civilian deaths. And they have soldiers shooting with bullets with depleted uranium. Like you're throwing the heaviest bombs you have, and you're still sending in like radioactive material into the environment there. Like I know what these uranium bullets do. I mean, I have a friend. He was in the Dutch military. They were shooting with these things, practicing, and they were shooting in trees and stuff. And it left all this radioactive material behind. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Even though it's what they're using is called like depleted uranium, it still gives off small amounts of alpha, beta, and sometimes a gamma. I believe the more destructive gamma particles.
Yeah, well,
Um,
he said that it gives up far more than they say, than they claim. They like always
yes.
downplay it and stuff, but it is very. He says it's very unhealthy. Yeah,
They have high DNA problems over there because of mutations. I mean, and that's just a slick, evil way of spreading radiation around without using a nuclear weapon. I mean, it's just as deadly.
yeah,
You guys have heard of
yeah.
dirty bombs, right? It's where you get nuclear materials and then just put it into a bomb and blow it over the atmosphere. You know.
Yeah, so that's actually what Adolf Hitler built too. That was found later after the war. Like there were always these stories that the Nazis were developing a nuclear weapon to throw on New York. But actually, later on, much later after the war, there were like dirty bombs discovered, and they were supposed to be thrown on New York. They were just like what you were saying, just like a big bomb with radioactive material. Yeah, just yeah.
You guys are talking about end times, but if those three countries, keep on targeting each other's nuclear refineries, then you're gonna see some weird. You know what I mean? You're gonna see a meltdown. You're gonna see, like I don't think the world needs another Chernobyl. You know.
Mariana says
Right.
Agent Orange, aka Roundup, thanks Monsanto Bayer or Bayer Monsanto. I think he's
Well,
Bayer Monsanto. Monsanto no brand name.
Fukushima's still dumping in the ocean. I mean, I think that's their solution. They just decided they're just going to keep dumping. They got nothing else. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, eventually, in like 1,000 or couple like 10,000 years, eventually it'll stop producing nuclear radiation. That's if the core is still intact. Um, the rods are still close enough together where they'd be producing. But I think the rods are fused, and I think so. It's probably going to be dumping nuclear radiation for like another 10,000 years, and you know, like I said, there are safe ways of doing nuclear power plants, and this has been discussed in a few YouTube channels I kind of follow. But the main way that they've been trying to get these nuclear facilities much more safe is to build smaller, more efficient, like house-sized nuclear facilities, or they can be the size of like a 52-foot trailer, and they can still produce as much electricity. But
Have any, and I'm not trying to totally shit on desalination here, but like, has anybody looked at um the effects of the Fukushima spill on the like how radiated water
I
plays into?
I did, and it was a lot. Like it was higher than background radiation that was being dumped out. But it's kind of like what happened when we dealt with there was Chernobyl was up in the atmosphere, so now we're dealing with it in the water. The further spread out it goes, the less dangerous the radiation, but there still is a presence of radiation. But dumping it down into the trenches of the ocean is a cheap solution, but it's not like a real solution. The real solution would be to try and get like a mega harness, or getting some kind of other technology to get it out of there, or do what they did in Chernobyl. They just they sealed it up with a lead cage.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Russian solution. It was only guaranteed to hold in place for about 100 years, and they managed to do it with a lot of sacrifice. But in engineering, there is no unsolvable problem. There are only problems meant to be solved.
Yeah, pretty much. I've read that in many of these places where they put these huge concrete things over these testing areas, that these things are actually leaking now, right?
Yeah, they don't last forever. No.
And there's like local populations that actually need to be evacuated, but they're just living there still in radioactive environments.
Yeah, there was one place where I guess they were burying the nuclear materials. It was in New Mexico, um, but apparently nobody can live in that area.
Yeah. This one too. I think this one is called the Tomb at the Marshall Islands. And there's others. Oh yeah, there's another one. Fears got a nuclear coffin. Marshall Islands, referring to. Correct.
Oh yeah, yeah. There was also the Bikini Islands as well. Yeah,
And 3 Mile Island, right? Or no?
yeah. That was but that was a
Yeah.
nuclear power. That was a partial meltdown. Yeah.
Runit Island and the Iniwitak Atoll. It says. So yeah, there's these huge concrete discs, like yeah, like placed over these craters, nuclear craters, and these things are like filled with radioactive material, but they're starting to leak. Like seriously.
I think there's a lake in Kazakhstan. It's in a yeah, it's in a very weird place, and yeah, uh, I guess the Russians were testing it. I guess in a water supply, and then we're this is how things were done back then. They were encouraging the local population to swim in the waters to see the side effects. And I think the lake is still there today. Um, but
That's where there was one where they set off their mega bomb. It was like 100 megaton
oh,
or higher, and it
Sarbamba,
literally,
yeah,
they created a lake. The remnants of it, like you say, it was all radioactive.
yeah, the Sarbamba. That thing was the largest nuclear bomb ever made.
Yeah, that's really a huge explosion. The Tsar bomb. Yeah.
Uh,
Well, we just, I guess we need a bomb strong enough to just like rip the atmosphere off. Would that be enough?
well,
Well, that's why I always said that the Cold War was like a huge fake thing, right? And they were just like both sides just like pushing up this whole army thing, going to the moon first, digging the deepest hole in the ground, like borehole, making the biggest nuclear bomb and stuff, just racing. And normal population were tricked into that all of this was necessary for some reason, having to hide like beneath their little desks in schools and stuff. But these were just. I just know that the oil and the gas never stopped flowing into Europe from Russia, and like for the public, these were like hostile. These armies hostile to each other, but no Western tank would have ever even been able to drive without the Russian oil in Europe. So that's the thing. Like behind the scenes, these are like oligarchs working together, and you have to really step out of that whole thing. These wars,
They're,
like
they're just making money off you, that's for sure. The military industrial complex makes more than anybody.
I'm sure that there are some parts of the governments which are fighting each other, but there is also parts that are just working together, and they sit at Davos together too, and they trade together, and they set the price of oil together, right? They decide the price of oil, they decide the price of gold together. They they're in Interpol together, for example, like leading Interpol together, arresting whoever is a problem to any of these states. So yeah, it is it's disgusting actually.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a ridiculous amount of cohesion among the predator class. And look, man, there's a number of fucking stage plays and play fights that we see all the time too. Like The only time though that you really ever see one of them like really turn on the other one is if they cost them money
Yeah,
or they rat out about the kid fucking.
They like the customer. They both want a certain spot in the world. Like they want the same spot. Like this is mine now. Okay, so they work together, but they can't really decide who is boss in that whole organization. So yeah, they start these little fights over like Ukraine or whatever, right? And that's the thing. But yeah,
Did
sure
you
they
hear?
figured out.
Did you hear all the diplomats in the Czech Republic from Russia were kicked out today?
I know the Russian army moved away from Ukraine today too. They were met by F-16s. So
They found out in an investigation that the Russian government was responsible for a large ammunition bombing in the Czech Republic in 2014. So the Czechs' response was to kick them all out.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, check that those areas, Eastern Europe, they've always been like under like a huge Russian influence, right? And like it's like pretty much like the European Union pulling their strings, and the Russians pulling their strings at the same time. It's a border fight forever, like Lithuania too, and Estonia and these countries. So yeah, if this happens, and then probably they will like go closer to like the EU and stuff, make like new agreements again. These things.
Yeah.
Yeah, an ammunition dump explosion in 2014. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. You don't see that too often where they're kicking out somebody else's, diplomats, but it happened today.
That's
They've been
right.
beefing up over there for a while. I mean, both Crimea side. It's a new Russian front. That's what it is. Let's just call it what it is.
It was covered by Al Jazeera, right? Expels 18 Russian envoys.
The Eastern Front.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the Czech police also like search for another thing has to do with Russians. Two men who were carrying Russian passports are being searched for: Alexander Petrov and Ruslan Bashirov. And these two men were in the country in the days leading up to the explosion. And they were both two Russian military intelligence GRU, and they were attempting to poison that former Russian spy Sergei Skripal and that stuff. That's what they're supposedly involved with. So that is a separate case, but it's at the same time apparently. So.
Yeah.
And also talk about the West has voiced alarm over a large Russian military buildup on Russia's western border and in Crimea. Then the United States imposed sanctions again, interfering in U.S. elections, cyberhacking, and bullying the Ukraine.
Well, the Ukraine was the one that escalated first. That's kind of the way I remember it. And then we're always talking about pushing NATO in further over there.
You also have the Joe Biden guy who just says Vladimir Putin was a killer. Like, you have a president who calls another president a killer, right? In public.
Well, he is. I mean, he was. Let's see, how did he start off? Wasn't he like an enforcer on the St. Petersburg Mafia, or?
Of course.
For the CIA. I mean, so he probably has. I mean, if you're going to be a leader, I would take him over Joe Biden right now because he's not a killer. He's just a criminal, a piece of trash. I mean, if you're going to have a guy that's more nationalist, I would have to pick a Putin.
Yeah, okay. Honestly. Well, the Russian government isn't clean, of course, but I mean, the U.S. government isn't clean either. Like, yeah, they're all doing the same stuff. That's how they get to power. But yeah, the Russian. Okay, so Putin's history. Yeah, he worked in Berlin, East Berlin, when he was still working for the KGB. He ran the headquarters of the KGB there. the Stasi operations in East Germany, arresting lots of civilians, putting them in camps and stuff. And he did like paperwork in there, and he was one of the last people remaining actually in that building when the Berlin Wall fell. Putin was still in that building, and it's still surprising how he actually survived that, because they were like literally surrounding that building, all the civilians. Now later on, he was chosen as a St. Petersburg mayor, and St. Petersburg is well known for St. Petersburg Mafia and stuff, right? And that St. Petersburg Mafia have the little cousin of Medvedev is very high up in that mafia. So yeah, it is all tied in with corruption, of course, but it's no different than in the USA or other powerful countries. I mean, how do you get to power in a country like that? You need to have some connections, like, or you won't be elected. I mean, think about George Bush and Skull and Bones, right? You need some connections.
Yeah, nothing to see there. Skull and Bones. I mean, that's cool. So it's just a den of thieves. You know, it's the code of thieves. You know, is that really a code at all? I mean, you know, it's just whoever has the upper hand, you know, pokes the guy, you know, below him, and then it all switches, and they're going at each other. And it's like a criminal calling a killer a killer. It didn't seem to bother Putin at all. He just kind of grinned, like, yeah, so what, you know?
Okay, well, yeah, Putin did good things for his country too. I mean, but also a lot of bad things. Yeah. People like in Russia seem to like strong leaders, so that's why they not massively like uprising. They need strong leaders. Then they are also kept under constant fear of the West. So, yeah, rightfully though. I mean, but
I am just finding out, and I am sad to report this, that Shock G from Digital Underground, Humpty Hump, found dead this morning. 57 years old, Tampa, Florida. He was in Tampa, Florida. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Humpty?
No.
Humpty.
No.
shocked.
No. Digital Underground is like the Humpty Dance. Fucking what, this is early 90, like
Tupac times,
what?
right?
Oh, 89, 90 back in the day. Pac was a backup dancer in the Digital Underground. Tupac was. That's where he came from. He was part of that crew. But yeah, nothing about him having like drug problems, nothing about him having illnesses, just found dead in a hotel room in Tampa. So R.I.P. Humpty Hump.
Yeah, it's sad. Yeah.
Was it natural or chemically induced?
I don't know until there's an autopsy. No sign of struggle. TMZ isn't reporting that he had a habit. If the dude had a habit, you know TMZ would be talking about that shit.
Yeah. I know what you can say about it. Yeah, rest in peace, I guess.
Yeah.
Tupac was actually
Old
he
school
was,
hip hop legends dropping like flies.
Yeah.
DMX, what, last week? Week before that? Something like that.
Overdose. Well, not overdose. Heart attack from using. Same thing.
Hey, in that note, are shootings on the rise, or does the media have an agenda being pushed?
I'm not the only one who's noticed this. Well, are mass shootings on the rise, or is this some sort of media pushing the narrative? Because okay, when I lived in the Midwest, in Chicago, you hear fucking gunshots every day. Sometimes we would get 50. I'm not joking. Sometimes over a weekend, we would have 50 people fucking shot or killed. like in a weekend in Chicago, but you don't hear about that shit. In Chicago there's shootings every fucking day, you know, but now it seems like the last week or 2 weeks or maybe even for a month, the media has been focusing on these on a lot of these shootings, and I'm not sure if it's. I think it's leaning more towards an agenda. To be honest, am I wrong?
That I would agree with. I would agree with that. It's just like the mask, it's just more fear porn, make you
Well,
start believing something.
I think it's more towards these new gun legislations that they're trying to
I was
push.
gonna say there's a definite anti-gun agenda that Biden and Harris have been floating.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm all for responsible gun ownership. I'm all responsible. I'm all in line with that. But now we live in a point, a time and a place where you don't have to go to a gun shop to buy guns anymore. Now you can make them in your house, and now I mean, literally all you need is. I'm not gonna say the parts, but I'm just saying it can be made in your house. I mean, zip guns were an
Hmm.
old phenomenon. Now we have fully automatic AR style rifles people are able to make in their house, and now they're
Yeah.
trying to legalize the technology that are used for legit purposes for that, which now leads more towards like, are they going to regulate the stuff that people need to make this stuff? Because 90% of people who are making those kind of things in their house, or they're using that kind of technology in their house, are not making weapons. You say that 99% of them aren't. So I'm kind of seeing this weird, like, Trump style. I'm just gonna say it, Trump style, like, uh let's say Trump style. It's more of a let's stop the technology and say that that's the problem when we're really not dealing with um, a societal problem at all. We're dealing with a mental illness problem here in America that hasn't been addressed. You know?
Right,
Yeah,
but
because
if they misdiagnose the problem and overregulate a side effect that bleeds over into all other industries, then that's another way they can uh, further compile data on us. That they can further track and trace what we do. Because really, honestly, in an era of this technology, gun legislation is pretty foolish. Like, I
Well,
mean,
this,
it really
I mean,
is.
at this point, I mean, it's not simple to make those things in your house, but it's not entirely difficult now.
No, it's
So,
really not.
and there are
There's
people,
schematics all over the place.
and there are people that have gone even farther, and they're making their own bullets. So it's like, and now
Yeah,
and they want to have people do a fingerprint scan for bullets. So it's just like, so you need to register if you. It's getting to the point where enough is enough with the regulation. I am all for responsible gun ownership, but at the same time, at what point was any of these people that were in the news, was their mental illness ever evaluated? They always blame who sold them the gun, who did this. Why wasn't this person in a mental facility or on medication? You know, we don't ask those questions anymore. You know, I think the biggest
yeah,
mistake I think the biggest mistake America did and this is very controversial, and you probably won't hear me say this probably ever again. I think the biggest mistake was Reagan shutting down the long-term mental health facilities and to give them rights. Okay, no other country gives the mentally ill rights when they can't even when they're completely schizophrenic. Like,
yeah.
yeah.
I think that was the biggest mistake. That is the biggest mistake. I mean, yes, they're human. They have rights, but they cannot make sound decisions for themselves because they cannot differentiate. A lot of them can't. A lot of people with schizophrenia can't differentiate when they have a massive hallucination, auditory or visual, cannot make the distinction between reality and what is not reality. But yet they have rights.
Well, they
Yeah.
do. Well, everybody does up until the point where you start affecting other people's rights. That's supposed to be the borderline. I mean, for any of us.
Yes,
Uh,
but it has caused it has that whole loophole that they have got has um, I've how should I say this? You know,
they've made it hard to take away rights, which is good in a way, but it's extremely hard these days. The mentally ill usually do something really screwed up by the time or getting thrown in jail and all the rest of it by the time you get to them.
well, I'm not, there have been times, driving, in certain, well, I remember I had this one coworker that told me, he has this, patient in his room that tells him to light fires, and I'm just like, well, and in order for me to get them to the proper help, I have to call 2 or 3 different people just to get him into the proper facility. It shouldn't be that difficult, you know?
Hey, so I understand this entire argument for like automatic rifles and things, but for the rest, you can pretty much kill anyone with almost anything, right? Like
It's true.
when they started like banning guns in, like, for example, in London, like we discussed it before, people like start stabbing each other, and there's like a lot of stabbings there now, like far more than in other cities. So
People will kill each other with rocks or with their fists. It doesn't matter.
you can also kill people with your
But
fists.
these mass shootings, all the mass shooters, they all fit these kind of personas where they are suffering from either a mental illness or some sort of, and to be honest with you, I think a lot of it has to deal with issues with the opposite sex, and then it comes as an outlash to shoot everybody in society because I'm going to go down in flames. So this should be treated as like a mental illness, and there are telltale signs that went on long before the event happened. So why aren't these issues being addressed? Because they have rights. They have the rights to refuse involuntary mental asylum and the right to not take medicine and the right to live their happy merry way by they go to the gun store and they buy guns and they go shoot people.
Yeah, but what if a person like that starts making like a bomb with the household materials, right? I mean,
Well,
Yeah,
see, the
exactly.
it's pretty
crime,
much the same situation. It's also possible you can make bombs with household materials.
Yeah.
yeah, but you can't convict somebody before. Well, in today's world, you can with the pre-crime. See, that's what you're talking about. You either take them out in pre-crime, or as I would like to believe. You wait. You have to wait till the crime's committed before you can do something about the crime. Yeah, it might happen, but you don't know. You don't know until it happens. You can only react after they do it. Because
That's
anything before, then you're pre-crime, and then you know how bad that goes.
well,
Then
a
we're
lot
all
of these,
guilty.
these weird, guys going down in flames. Even I think the last one, the parents, the one with the Indiana, the parents called the police saying that he was suicidal. You know, at what point? At what point do you look at it should really come down to the the evaluation of the mental health of these people,
Yeah.
because the police really can't do anything. They're not social workers. Social workers don't do their job because they're underpaid, and you can't do involuntary. You can't. You can. The only time you can do involuntary commitment is like if you have what they call them, pet teams or cat teams, or a psychiatrist. A psychiatrist has to diagnose it, and they have to fit with these parameters where they're harm to themselves or others. And if they lie during the evaluation, then there's nothing they can do. You
Yeah,
know.
until you commit a crime, you haven't become a criminal yet. You know, you can be whacked out and all the rest of it, but until you actually do something, you're not a criminal.
Hmm.
You can see it happen, you can see it all building and be 90 whatever percent sure it's going to happen, but until it actually happens, you can't really act.
Yeah.
And I think that's a better way than assuming everybody's guilty. We're all guilty of pre-crime, and they throw us all in the slammer because one of us is going to lash out and do something, you know.
Yeah.
So we can't have that.
Yeah, and the failures of the old mental health. I do see that argument. The old mental health facilities, and how they were poorly ran.
Right. And then they're pumping the meds out there now, and which seem, I didn't think it would work way back when they started doing that, but say that, the meds seem to work, but you still need more rooms for all these folks. You can't, that's not a solution.
Now they have
Inevitably, it's going to go bad.
they have these shots for the people who don't want to take the pills, or the Abilify Durgel injection. It gets usually typically prescribe it for schizophrenic patients who don't want to take their meds. So they, that was another solution, but they have to be voluntarily willing to take it, because it lasts about 2 months. But
Yeah.
I don't know if there is a solution, but
Well, and they can always refuse. They can check themselves out. They can always refuse. Until they do something truly fucked up and get thrown in jail. There's not much you can't take them off the streets. They can just act out and do whatever they want.
Okay, so next to that issue that you can pretty much kill anyone with anything, you also have the issue that if you illegalize weapons, the black market is not going to disappear. It's just going to be more expensive to buy weapons. Meaning, so you're a psycho, like you're saying, Tyler. If someone is psycho, he just needs to have more money. That's pretty much the only limit. Like he's only
yeah,
limited by money. It's like you have a rich psycho, he can still kill everyone.
yeah, but you can still buy a gun on the street for like about $120. To be honest, that's like, but I mean, you really
Saturday
don't
Night
need to.
Special.
Yeah, Saturday Night Special. Yeah, 38. Yeah, but it's really not that expensive to get a gun.
Yeah, no, and guns are illegal here for like what 50 years. Pretty much since World War II, guns are illegal here, right? But you can still for $200 get an AK-47 from Poland. So yeah, and the borders are open. Just saying. So
Well,
yeah,
here the idea behind keeping your weapons was in order to get rid of shitbag governments, which is needed badly right now. You know, so that's to put up with the crime and the shootings and whatever else might happen, because in a ranking of priority, getting rid of a bad government, and so you need guns for that. That's the idea.
The problem being when that was written, weapon wise, we were more or less on an equal playing field as the government.
Yeah, now it's not equal at all.
We are no longer. We are, and that doesn't mean that a dedicated group of guerrillas can't hold off the full weight and might of the U.S. empire. It has happened everywhere since World War II.
Yay, go gorillas!
Well, yeah, look what's happening. Look what's happening in Myanmar. Their own people are being bombed and shot and killed on the streets for protesting. And I've heard about armed revolutions, and the only arming that they have was air guns.
Wow. Yeah, no. So I mean, look, it's not as if the U.S. military isn't perfectly capable of opening fire on private U.S. citizens. They do it all the time. They're just doing it as a cop. But it's coming. Like, there's towns right now that are occupied by the National Guard.
Yeah.
DC's occupied by the National Guard.
Minnesota.
Or if you don't feel like the National Guard, then you can get sheriff gangs.
Right?
Well, yeah, in the last decade at least, I mean, even longer, I think that you have seen like a full militarization of the police too, like heavier weapons, and they look different. They even look different.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
They're not these
and
police from police academy
IDF
anymore.
training.
But they're outnumbered so bad. I mean, it's just like the Capitol. They said that could never happen. How many people argue that? But you get 1 million people, even unarmed, you can do it.
And
You can do it with
Steve
a
said
seatbelt.
something important too. IDF training, yes, 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 and yes. Guarantee you, if you're in America, or what, honestly, if you're anywhere in the West, really, you can find. I don't know. I'm making this up, but it's true because I've done it with Los Angeles. Like for every 3 to 5 police officers, you can find at least one of them that's been to special training in Israel.
Yeah, or their trainer and a number of the higher ups went to and took classes in and from the IDF and then came back, and now they teach those classes, tactics, to their fucking officers. It's part of the thing. There's a video going around on Twitter right now about showcasing the most popular and frequently booked what is he? Trainer. He's a police trainer. And he's talking about there's nothing like the orgasm that you get after the one that you have when you killed someone. And it's one of the perks of the job. Now, I would wager that this seminar is free. The de-escalation seminars that I have looked up, aside from the 8 hours that you have to take at the police academy, those are $125 per officer to go to a continuing de-escalation, continuing training for de-escalation. But the guy who tells you that you'll never come harder in your life than you do after you murder somebody, free.
Yeah,
What the hell?
No,
It's jokes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you base your police force and its roots are in slave catching, you're probably starting off on a foot that ain't the best, but
True.
I don't know. I mean, there's probably lots of ways of going about maintaining civil order that shouldn't have to require tanks from a civilian police force. Israeli army training? Probably not. Probably not. I'm gonna say no. Oh. If psychotropic drugs worked, we wouldn't have an epidemic of mental illness. Pharma is keeping us all just sick enough, not curing anyone, from farming ganja.
Well, we're slowly seeing the introduction of psychedelic use, which has been showing promising results as far as mental illness is concerned. With specific ones. No, I'm not talking about schizophrenia. We're not quite there. That's a completely different issue. But when we're dealing with PTSD, major depression, anxiety disorders, obsessive compulsive disorder, we are seeing real promising results. But it took many years of trying to get it on the ballot to try to get where we are today. I mean, the old solution was it's a Schedule 1 narcotic, or it's a Schedule 1 drug, when in reality, these drugs really are beneficial to the mental condition, especially if you're in a really tough spot, because when you're using these drugs for mental illness, it's really a guessing game on what's going to work. They don't really know,
Well, they don't. They just know what will shut down certain neural pathways. They know what will shut down. They know what will stop some behaviors if they dull you enough. But the amount of actual information we know about schizophrenia is negligent, really, in terms of how to treat it. But we do have in Santa Cruz in terms of psychedelics for PTSD, anxiety, depression, number of other things as well. We've got MAPS and Rick Doblin.
Yeah, I've been a big supporter for that for years.
Yeah, Rick is phenomenal. We should get him on.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! I've been donating to them for years.
I have a couple of people that are pretty close to him. So I just haven't fucking I called once when I first started the show, but now that I know a number of people in his immediate sphere, I go ahead and give that a shot again. But Rick's work has just been fucking tireless, man. And he's this is going to be 35 years of MAPS now. So what we're seeing with specifically psilocybin and PTSD for veterans and for just everybody, but initially veterans, anxiety and depression, and then MDMA for PTSD, specifically in veterans at this point, but going further and broader in the future. Rick is solely responsible, MAPS, but Rick and his fucking dedication to is solely responsible for that.
Yeah, you've heard of there's a church that's been using in Florida, the Ayahuasca Church or whatever.
Yeah,
they've been doing mainly with vets using ayahuasca, and they've had a few run-ins with the DEA, but once the DEA gets a bad rap because they're dealing with vets, they just back off.
Yeah. Yeah, which is cool if you're in a protected class. If you're not, honestly, dude, you fucking around with ayahuasca is a totally different level, and
Oh, I know.
hey man, more power to him, but I would probably, I'm glad they're doing it to prove it can be done, but I don't know, dude. If I'm hanging out with a bunch of PTSD vets, we're doing just a little bit of mushrooms at first, so we can feel each other out, man.
Not the most powerful psychedelic known to man.
Right. Gonna walk before we run, before we blast off all of our atoms into every conceivable dimension and fucking get, your soul licked.
Yeah. They have a documentary on it. It's called Soul Quest. Yeah.
Guys, which subject do we have to jump
Oh
on?
god,
I don't know, but I'm really glad we went from here to fucking the shit show that is America's police force.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to talk
Did you
about
see,
that.
real quick though? Let me Jen Psaki and circle back here for a minute. Did you see that graph that was running around the other day that had total military spending for like the top 10 countries in the world, and
No, I haven't seen
then
that.
what the U.S. spends in its police? If you take the military budget versus police budget, the U.S. spends more on the police than here. I'm pulling it up and linking it, or just copying and pasting it or something. But where U.S. police spending ranks among worldwide military expenditures, shy of the U.S. On military spending and China on military spending. The U.S. spends more than every other country. It would be the third largest military on the planet, ahead of India. Were it, incorporated. $118 billion.
Man, we're just so free in this police state. It's just, man, you smell the
And then
freedom.
make you feel like making an apple pie.
It does, yeah. Man,
Get out there and toss the old pigskin around.
shoot some fireworks because they're so damn free.
Oh, but only if you live in a state where fireworks are legal.
Yeah. Or if I have permission, if there's not a curfew, and if I have my mask on, yeah. Fuck.
Did you want to give that David McBride update, Mark?
I do want to give it.
Oh yeah. Love
Yeah.
David. Love
Yeah,
his
and-
accent.
Yeah, no, there are updates on that case, and that is the fact that there is now an ongoing lawsuit in our country because, David McBride, he was stationed in Uruzgan, right? The Australian military was stationed in Uruzgan, in Afghanistan, but at the same time, the Dutch military was stationed there too. It was these two countries together, and now since at the end of last year, actually, it started in December. One veteran started speaking out, a Dutch veteran, and saying, they were like driving with armored vehicles into like civilian area, and then they heard like walkie-talkie conversations, and then they were ordered to shoot at civilian buildings, and unarmed civilians came like running out of the buildings, and then they shot them all without ever seeing a gun. The guy was seriously traumatized about it, and then he went public with it in our country. And initially, the Dutch military said, yeah, he is just traumatized and he's making up everything. But then a second soldier started backing up his story and came up with the same story. And so now, last month, a lawsuit, a court case started in our country, exposing all of this, right? And David McBride already came forward with the story, having the similar stories about how civilians were treated there and how they were killed. And shockingly, he's now being vindicated on the other side of the world by the other army that was there, right? And at the same time now, the International Court of Justice in The Hague, who are since April 1, no longer under sanctions by the USA. The USA lifted sanctions that were put on them by Pompeo. They're now allowed to investigate, and they're also in a full investigation on the Afghanistan thing. So it's pretty much now all going like public, and it's being covered by mainstream media here in Europe. Even Reuters and these people are all covering it. So for David McBride, it's very interesting because he is just going into this whole case, and he didn't expect to have backup, right? And now he suddenly gets backup, and like I had him on in an interview like last week, and he didn't know about this happening, and he immediately asked about like, can you, yeah, provide me the contact details and stuff of these guys, right, of these veterans. So it could become like very big now, and we have to see what goes on like the coming weeks, because more are coming forward now. And there was also this lady who was involved with SAS, that is the UK Special Forces, United Kingdom, and she also had a similar story. And then there is also there are reports about people being tortured in secret CIA prisons. That is also going to come out soon. So it's like hitting jackpot all at once. So
Well, I mean, now more than ever, really, it's important to like get that out on as many different platforms in as many different ways as humanly possible. Like I don't know. I don't know how much longer we get to freely assemble or use only marginally brutally censored internet. I know they're up to some weird shit with Section 230 again. Evan Greer's all fucking heated about it. That's fantastic news about the Dutch soldiers, though. Where so are these like, is this part of a series of leaks or something, or like where do you have links and stuff for the SAS?
definitely, yeah. Okay, I'm going to post all the links here in the chat because it's pretty much mainstream about those veterans, right? And then you have the Reuters article that also sums it up. And yeah, okay. So because McBride's thing, first he was alone, right? But then there was the Brereton report that started because of him. Actually, they launched their own investigation, perhaps kind of to like silence him, right? To say like, yeah, we launched our own stuff. No need to whistleblow more because we're now going to look into this ourselves. And then the Brereton report pretty much had a case of, 38 cases of civilians being harmed unlawfully in that Afghanistan situation. And yeah, and after that it started like all moving forward, and like except for, well, actually there's also whistleblowers in the U.S. Army, of course, because we already know about like Chelsea Manning and these people. So that went through another path, actually. But these people are speaking out in public. Like these Dutch soldiers, these veterans are speaking out to like mainstream newspapers, and even Dutch military is like admitting, saying like, yeah, this is like a really, really bad story, and this we have to look into this. And they're pretty much doing the same thing as the Australians did. They're like launching their own like investigative body that will like look into it. And of course, that is kind of like damage control. Like we take over the investigation before someone else does, before the public does it. We do it ourselves, right? Because all the newspapers jump on it, and they are of course afraid that just like in the Australia, where it was ABC jumping on it. Here it will be it is newspapers like Trouw and the Telegraph and stuff. They're jumping on it, so they want to contain things by doing their own investigation thing, but. Court case is running now, and eventually a lot is going to be exposed. And for the ICC to jump on it, which is also located here in this country, that is only going to add to it. which for us is very positive because finally the truth will get out now, I hope. But it's looking good because these are veterans and they're not going to shut up easily. Because these people are seriously traumatized. I mean, so they had the rules of engagement, right? And the rules of engagement given to Dutch soldiers was they were only allowed to shoot in self-defense. Like that was the main thing. You can only shoot in self-defense. But they were ordered to shoot at unarmed civilians. No one ever saw a gun. And they killed all these civilians. So yeah, it's pretty much the collateral murder thing all over again, just from an armored vehicle.
Hectic. There's another side to this too that like hardly ever gets brought up, and I saw it in one of the like couple of group chats that I actually fucking look at, and that's the U.S. military uses soldiers as three-dimensional experiments for all kinds of crazy shit, and then fucking like puts them in fucking immediate proximity to things like burn pits and fucking depleted uranium and all kinds of fucking hectic shit. And every single war since the original Gulf War, like people came back from Vietnam fucking traumatized like hell, Agent Orange, all that kind of shit. Dude, yeah, it's gotten worse since. And since the first Gulf War, it's gotten worse by just, tenfold each time. And at some point, exposure to everything that these guys have been exposed to, both chemically and then out of the material that they handle and out of the fucking explosive dust, debris, whatever that it produces. I mean, somebody's got to fucking draw a connection to that, right? Like, and there's got to be some fucking exposés that come out about that. Maybe.
I don't know. I'm collecting now all the links for you, so it might be useful.
I appreciate that.
Well, I mean, and they'll be mixing this, trying to impose the transhumanist vision more and more onto the military. Like, you'll have them being replaced by AI with what we're covering and, like, what,
It's doing that high-pitched whistle thing again, Jones.
God damn it, hold up.
We've been through this.
What device is that that's making all that weird noise?
I don't know, man. I don't. It's whatever Mike selected originally. But Glory is away from her home this evening, so it's different setup and shit like that.
Is it still buzzing or?
Yeah,
God damn it. I don't know.
but only when you talk.
Only when I talk.
Yeah,
What about now?
Sounds
Keep
okay to me.
Hello? Testing.
I mean, it's
Oh,
kinda-
wait. I think I see
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
It's like some weird whistling, as though you were in some wind or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm not, though.
or like demon crickets.
I mean, yeah, there could be some demon crickets in her mic. You never know.
I mean,
don't
that's
know.
just
I always
time.
I always get shit stuck in my hair, anyways. You never know.
That's rough.
Well, I lost my train of thought.
Did.
I was saying something about the military and AI and transhumanism, but I lost my train of thought. If any of you gentlemen would like to pick it up from
I was
there.
gonna say, if it makes you feel any better, you'd be surprised how much obsolete technology that the military still use. They were still using guidance systems on 5.5-inch floppy disks for the nuclear, for some of the old nuclear missiles, until they got retired. And believe it or not, Windows XP is still used in some ARAMS tanks.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I mean, there's that, sure. But what concerns me more is that we're moving full speed ahead towards a purely mercenary boots on the ground army. And then the rest of the enlisted volunteers get up in the morning, maybe go for a run, scroll some news, got a dog, feed the dog, got kids.
Oh,
feed the
what Danny
kids.
was talking about, making war more abstract. Okay, yeah, it just regained the train of thought, and it was that. Thanks for jogging my memory.
And then you get into your, but like leased Dodge Charger or Toyota Tacoma, and you drive to an office park or a trailer, and you punch the clock, sit down at your terminal, put your headset on, and go rain down murder from a drone for 8-10 hours. Take a lunch break, crack some jokes, take your headset off at the end of your shift, punch out, drive home, watch some TV, go to the bar, and that's your day, and that's war.
Yeah. I mean, Danny Sershin puts it perfectly, like, war is becoming more abstract, so less people will care about it. Or at least less Americans will care about it, because, until shit really goes downhill, we won't be the ones getting Hellfire missiles and drone bombs and... I mean, I was going to say gassed, but that's not true because we already do get gassed. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that.
And it's not like they're above bombing, because they have.
I mean, yeah. Concussion grenades.
Well, in the Move building, but, the Move house, but, yeah.
I mean, I was just thinking, like, in the lines of
Oh, yeah.
police suppressants. Yeah.
No, and
the Twin Towers. Building 7.
Well, and incendiary bombs have been dropped on cartel grows in fucking California state forests.
True. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we're not entirely in the clear either here, but...
But hey, it doesn't matter because that was a Constitution-free zone.
Oh yeah, that freaking Constitution zone, like 10 blocks away and behind steel bushes. Oh my god, I hear the sound now. It's so weird.
You mean the 51st state, right? I'm playing.
Put some respect on it.
and pack the Supreme Court, and then your coup's complete.
I actually thought about this, and this is just my weird mind. If it actually passed, how many millions of dollars in paint jobs and all of the fucking military shit would it cost to change the flag?
Right?
I
Paint
mean,
our flag.
no. He was on USAF. On some of their vehicles, they do paint instead of the camo, they do still paint on the flag.
And add a star.
Yeah, then you'd have to change all the military flags. Then you have to change all the government flags. And then you'd have to change, oh my, you know how many millions of dollars that would cost?
We'd have to lock down again.
Oh, for changing the flag. Where are they gonna put that next star? In the middle of in the center of the flag somewhere?
Right? Yeah, probably.
Okay, but like realistically though, we do have a lame flag.
I mean, yeah, I like the Moroccan flag, but that's just me, but
There's just like so many other sick flags out there. And we're like, oh, let's put some stars and stripes on a square and think we're doing something.
maybe the Chicago flag should be the official American flag, you know?
Chicago has a flag.
Yep. Has their own flag. Few cities do. Yep. Yeah, Chicago has its own flag. You guys never seen it?
No.
What?
No.
I
What?
didn't know that.
I guess I'm the only one who lived in that neck of the woods.
I mean, like
Oh, that's Allie. She's not on tonight. I mean, it's been a long time since I've actually hung out in Chicago. My Chicago flag has a W on it.
No. This is the Chicago flag. Right there. Let's take a screenshot.
I know Mozambique has a sick flag. It's like the same layout as the Bahamas flag, but it's got like
Oh yeah. No, that's yeah.
yeah, but
That's
it's
the
got like
Chicago
an
flag.
AK,
Chicago's
like
flag,
an
yeah.
AK crossed with something else. I gotta go get it. Hold up.
Yeah.
There
So
we
what's that
go.
supposed to mean? I don't get it. Get 4 stars.
Well, that's the 4 crime families that founded Chicago.
There you go.
Is that right?
Yeah,
I
everybody
don't
goes.
know, man. It might-
Even Chicago PD has that shit on their fucking cars and on their and all
Yeah,
that
they
shit.
do.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's hella plausible. It really is.
Yeah, that's what we need is an AK-47 on our flag. That's what we need.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, with an AK-47 and a book over the AK-47. Just like that. And
And
a
maybe like-
shovel.
Supersized fries.
Hammer and a sickle with a mushroom cloud.
There you go. Now we're getting creative.
Sure.
America.
Yeah. And then instead of 50 stars, we have 50 drones.
50 drones. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of red,
So
white,
now-
and blue,
so now when you
all
live in
blue
La-
stripes.
So now when you live in Alaska, there'll be a 51st state when they say the lower 48. Don't you mean the lower 49? Never mind. I guess I'm the only one who's been to Alaska too.
No. I'm sorry. I was looking at other shit.
You've been
Yeah,
to
that's not-
Alaska too? What state haven't you been to, Steve?
I've been to every state at least 3 times. Most states significantly more than 3 times.
Damn.
No, I used to go up to Talkeetna for the Bluegrass Festival for a few years in a row. That was fucking awesome. Buddy who was like technically it was a Sitka mailing address, but he was a little bit further out. And I went and hung out with him a few times. Yeah, fucking it's gorgeous up there. Nothing.
I don't know.
Oh, you.
I mean, I can't really think of anything else. I haven't. Um,
Yeah, Rick ran out of topics. I'm sorry.
but Steve, have you been to the U.S. Virgin Islands?
I have not.
Gotcha. Yes.
I have not.
Caribbean relatives for the win.
Nice. That's cool.
That's where I saw all the parrotfish, Steve.
Oh, groovy. I'd go fucking look at a parrotfish right now.
They're so awesome.
Yeah, the eagle killing the snake is pretty dope. It
Yeah.
is. It is. Mexico's got a solid flag.
Yeah. And like the bald eagle is our state bird, and we don't think to put that on our flag.
Right. Oh, I didn't mean I could look at a picture of a parrotfish.
Oh, I thought I had one on you, but I guess that was the official government thing. But yeah, when I was in Central Asia, almost near the Afghan border in Uzbekistan, they had like a phoenix for their government buildings, which was kind of cool.
Yeah.
That would have been cool.
Egypt have like a falcon or an eagle or something on theirs too.
Possibly.
Yeah, the US kind of phoned it in on the flag scene.
You really did.
Aw, little parrotfishy.
Do you think the 51st state legislation will pass the Senate? I mean, honestly.
So no, because what they retain as federal property in like what District of Columbia or whatever, it is just like there's no humans there. It's the White House.
Well, it's also like technically considered its own country because it has its own laws.
Yeah.
So I mean, there was no need for 250, 75 years, whatever. And now all of a sudden there's a need for it to be a state because they want to balance out the representatives. I'm even quite weirded out how it went that far,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Farming Ganja in the Rockfin chat said what I was just kind of saying too, because our good friend Jason Burmis did a thing on DC statehood, and like yeah, in the legislation is a part. It's the White House, and then like 2 other little tiny strips of land in DC that would retain its federal other status, like in and theoretically it would still like have electoral votes.
That was the
Like that.
that was the main point. Is they wanted more people, more representatives. That was it. That is the only reason that this is being done. It's for a political grab, either the left or the right. Who knows?
But you would, I mean, where like actual Washington D.C. would be, like as the federal, you know, like independent nation state that it is essentially, like the only living human beings that would be there with an address there would be the president.
Yeah, Pennsylvania Avenue. Yeah.
And so the president would then have 3 electoral votes in an election. You know what I mean? Like, how fucking cartoonish is that? Yeah, Ukraine phoned it in too. I know there's like tons of fucking sick, fucking like dragon style shit that
I
Ukraine
know.
had.
Like like Welsh flag, and there's like
The Welsh
another.
flag is dope.
Yeah, there's like another like South Asian flag that has what's it called? Bhutan or something like that. It also has a dragon.
Oh,
Pretty
Bhutan.
sick.
Bhutan. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Bhutan.
They have a Ministry of
Yeah.
Happiness. Did you know that? They actually have a government entity that's called the Ministry of Happiness. One of the weirdest countries in the world because it's all in the mountains. Still, I think it's still ran by a king.
So fucking
Ooh,
weird.
the Sri Lankan flag is pretty sick too.
I don't know. Do we have any other pressing topics?
Oh, you listed, but which one?
Oh, I think yeah, we have the India crisis that's been going on. That was insane. In one day, I think yesterday, they had 300,000 cases of coronavirus, and I heard the situation is so bad there. They're actually running out of oxygen tanks for the ventilators.
Oh my god.
They're kind of going through what USA was going through in the peak of it. And there's 1 billion people. There's like twice the amount of people. Three times the amount of people that there is in the United States in that country. And most of the people, the hospitals can't even take care of them. There's so many of them there.
Yeah, Mad Mom, I don't know where AK is because he said he would be here tonight. And he said he missed us and all that stuff and he was going to show up, but he is there now. So I don't know if he has a computer or not, but he was actually using a computer earlier today because he was on Twitter. So
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
So, in all seriousness, are we sure that what's going on in India isn't like some real-time revenge fantasy of Bill Gates's being acted out over them kicking him out after he already tried to depopulate it?
I don't think so. I mean, to be honest, India would have a best interest in hiding the fact that this was going on. Generally, when it comes to stuff like this, a lot of countries tend to not candy coat it, other than what China did towards the beginning. And some states, the United States, actually did kind of cover up how much worse it was that was going on, Florida specifically, by falsifying data. But generally, when it comes to health crises, it's usually what you see is what's really going on.
I mean, unless you're Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
Right. And then you
that too.
murder thousands of old people and cover that up.
Yeah,
And then get yelled at for grabbing a titty. But it's cool that you slaughtered, let fucking thousands of elderly people fucking, die. That's cool. That's cool. But you Andrew Cuomo, who everyone knew was a scumbag, was a scumbag, and you were allowed to be a scumbag for decades.
He's
But
the brother
only
of
after it became public knowledge that you're a murderer, we got to call you out on being a scumbag.
Yeah, he's a brother to the Como on CNN. I didn't know that up until a couple weeks ago.
Really?
Oh man.
Yep,
come
they're
on.
related. They are brothers.
No.
Yeah,
mean,
no, that's not what I'm
no.
surprised about.
Yeah,
I thought it was. I mean, they have full-on "Mom Liked You Best" segments for like years and years and years. Every time that they're on camera together, they end up doing this like big brother, little brother, like shtick almost. But like you can tell there's some serious familial issues that they legit just will never work out, and they erupt every time they're on fucking camera together.
Yeah, I remember when he got coronavirus, remember he was supposed to be self-quarantining and then he was spotted at a party.
Yup. I mean, just like everybody, wealthy and famous. Yeah. Fucking Gavin Newsom, fucking Nancy Pelosi, fucking you name it.
I'm sorry, who, Steve?
Gavin McFuckass.
That's your used car Coke snorting salesman for a governor you've got out there.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Yeah, they really have like the best possible people for this position.
Oh man.
The governor of the mayor of Toronto would have been a better choice. At least he told us that he was using crack,
Did you see that fucking video of Ontario's government talking about?
Well, that's the Ford's.
It's they're like
runs,
they're like, here's why you should be snitches. And fuck it, I'm serious, man.
It's your social justice duty.
Let's see. Where is it?
It's part of your shared responsibility.
Oh, you know what? There's a better way to find this. There we are. Forgot if you typed in police state in Canada on the tweeters, it would come up immediately. Because this shit is just insane.
Wait,
Like,
I'm clicking on a link. Ontario, what the fuck?
It's only 2 minutes, man. If you can, I don't know how much longer we're doing the show, but if you can, throw that shit on. Play that shit. It's horrifying.
Ontario has officially shut its borders from Canada. I've been hearing about horror stories about people flying into Toronto, where they're acting very crazy when it comes to the rules about getting even into Ontario.
Montreal's getting weird too. And then they're going after the churches. because they got charter rights and they think they're free.
I'm sorry, but I've been traveling internationally during this whole crisis, and no country has been as crazy as Canada. You know, detaining people for mandatory self quarantining in the Four Seasons Hotel inside of there. What, you have to pay for it. Most countries were doing the polymerase test, you know? Even on the spot in Central Asia had better treatment.
Yeah, they got a real bad authoritarian string going on up there right now.
Yeah.
Well, just
Well,
like here, there is no law. It's the same old thing, and then you can't get any branch of government to, fight for your rights or even, bring up any lawsuits or anything. I mean, it just goes on. Same thing. You got unelected health officials somehow are in your life now and tell you what to do and get involved in private contracts. It's just all very authoritarian, very liberal, progressive liberal. Can't you tell?
Isn't that like the wrong word of the word liberal?
Well,
Like the wrong use. I mean, like I know.
It's how they do it to you. They use two things: it's liberal and progressive. You think, oh man, well, who could be against that? I mean, if it's forward, right? But you're not. You're just being lied to by a bunch of authoritarian scum.
Didn't
what does liberal mean in the U.S.? What does liberal mean in the U.S.? Isn't it like you want more liberties or?
No, absolutely nothing. It's just
like, do you want the dictionary, the marketing, or the counter propaganda?
Now, liberal in the revolution,
because you're about to get the latter.
Too.
All I know is what's his name used to be one. What was his name? Alex Jones. Yeah, he said he was
classical liberal.
Yeah, he said that for almost a decade, and then I was just like, okay. And when will you stop doing cocaine?
He means that
when you stopped doing cocaine, he just got drunk and stayed that way.
Not the modern day.
Old Alex Jones was great in the '90s, but then he just went off the deep end.
I liked Alex Jones in the '90s too. He was actually.
I mean, he turned into a supplement salesman, and then after that, it just he saw how just ripe for the fucking picking the Trump crowd was.
Yeah,
and when like that MAGA train started rolling. Oh my God, dude, every fucking sucker with like undeserved inferiority or superiority complex, depending on the individual, with some cash, fucking flocked to that shit like no other, dude. That was one of the best fucking money generating fucking scams at this century. Fucking hey, dude, it was like, and so I mean, look at the entire like griftoverse that exploded up around it, and it's the exact same thing happened with Bernie Sanders too, because that's what cults of personality are good for. And holy shit, dude, Jones fucking milked that. I was on the phone with you the other day.
Classic mistake of backing a politician. You should never do that.
Yeah, he did do that.
Especially if you're, a so-called journalist of any kind.
Oh, dude. And like, I mean, what? Now he's like staging child rescues?
What? I don't know.
You didn't see that?
No, like I mean, ever since he was like blacklisted, like I wasn't like willing to go to like his like Uber's secret website to go look at his shit, cause like
Uber secret.
What is it? Prison Planet? Is it still out there or is it?
It's still there. Prisonplanet.tv.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
They have
Infowars.com.
band video too now. Band video.
Infowars.
Band.video.
I mean, I don't know how many times in like before he got nuked off the online media that I'd be like listening to him for like 10 minutes, and then he's talking to himself, talking about nothing and flipping out. Like I remember he was eating a sausage on this on the air, and it was mad because it was hot, and it was just yelling at everybody.
Yeah.
Like that's leading more towards
So,
some sort of yeah. Go ahead.
The thing about limited hangouts is that you're supposed to get some truth from them, like the verifiable truth. But what always happens is they either discredit themselves, or they're so successful at passing along the rest of the disinformation that they just get a carry on and then eventually retire. But you never get the full truth from them. And Jones's thing is to immediately discredit every little nugget of truth that he puts out by the sheer nature of being Alex Jones.
Like the past 5 times you've said Jones, I kept thinking you were talking about me.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jones. I meant
It's a
AJ.
common last.
Should I go with AJ?
No,
He's
you
a
can.
Zionist gatekeeper media.
There's
I
just a
don't-
lot of Joneses out
I
there.
can go with AJ.
I mean, only if you want to. It's just like this is confusion on my end.
I apologize.
See, Trump was
No,
the
you don't
orange
have
Zionist.
to.
Go on, Elma.
But it was funny to watch him harass Marco Rubio.
That guy's a trash.
That'll go down in the history.
All he stands
books.
for is himself.
Don't touch me, Alex. Don't touch me.
Oh, speaking
Well,
of
and
speaking of weird
and that male vitality product, he stands by that. He does.
half of his stuff is nootropic stacks or like questionable. Like all it is like you can get better shit at GNC for much cheaper. You know, that's bottom line.
Of course, complete shit the stuff he sells. But yeah, people pay a lot of money for it. But yeah, they do that
Doesn't
for
it
other
give
things.
you mean you don't get a raging hard on, Tyler, when you take Brain Force?
You could go.
6 male vitality.
I could go to the guy at the gym and ask him for some Deca and have better results.
Supposed to give you a raging hard on.
So will Deca. Do some real juice.
Yeah, but that doesn't make him so different than these nature stores that sell you like a box of grass for like $30. So, but the thing is, like, yeah, he became like partisan. He joined like the whole Trump thing. But I really liked him during like 9/11 and stuff. He was like one of the few people talking about that stuff, like and shouting on the streets about it. And I also saw older videos of him where he was like protesting against like forced fingerprints for your ID card. That was a good one too, because it was far before anyone else did it. And those things I liked about Alex Jones. But it was before.
Who was it? The gentleman I was on a show with last night. He's a like small circle legendary radio broadcaster called Jimmy Jean. He said that Jones blew up in the public sphere like basically the week that Bill Cooper died, shot in the back a couple
He was
times.
killed in November 5th. But Bill Cooper was the one who exposed Alex Jones with the Alex Jones deception.
Yeah. And then Bill Cooper gets whacked, and then Alex Jones gets like famous.
Yeah.
I thought it was the whole Sonoma County thing he busted in on. What was it? This
The Bohemian Grove
The
thing?
Bohemian Grove, yeah.
Yeah, but that was all later, I think.
Yeah,
Because-
with the Swedish film crew. They just happened to be there to film him sneaking in.
Yeah,
and a
they were-
mainstream journalist from BBC, mainstream UK journalist.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes sense either. But suddenly he's friend of Alex Jones, a mainstream guy. Yeah. Oh, the old press card had like Warner Brothers on it of Alex Jones. There's several videos. They had like Warner Brothers, Time Warner.
yeah, his old videos. You're right. Yeah, you're right. It did. It was a production.
Interesting. Time Warner also made a V for Vendetta, the movie. Bill Cooper was shot on the 5th of November.
Yeah.
By what is it? Like police agent?
And I mean, the thing about the Bohemian Grove thing too is Alex Jones got like an entire generation or more of people to fucking say that the owl god is Moloch, and that's not true.
No,
Yeah,
Moloch
it's
is
Not
a blue
according to the Bohemian Grove's own annals. Not according to their own literature.
god. Moloch is a bull god. It's not an owl god.
It's not an owl god.
Right. Right. So that's Alex Jones. Like everybody calls that thing Moloch now because of Alex Jones.
Yeah, it's not Moloch at all. If anything, it would have been Lilith, or in the old owl, in the occult world, just symbolizes wisdom. So
That's the owl of Athena. Then.
yeah,
I was a Greek interpretation of the owl.
Yeah. Yeah, she had an owl with her.
Oh,
That was
holy
owl.
shit. Holy shit. Breaking news, guys. Bush says he wrote in Condoleezza Rice for the 2020 presidential election.
You what now?
No way
Bush.
she can win.
George Bush said he wrote in Condoleezza Rice for the 2020 presidential election. Shout out to the Hill for keeping their eye on the stories that matter.
Man, they're breaking the big stories there.
it's like on to the next. Yeah,
Just
did you guys hear after these? I forgot to say what was going on in the Middle East. In Israel, they do have a far right Zionist movement going on, which is equivalent to the Ku Klux Klan. They did have a gathering in Jerusalem yesterday after the bombing of almost bombing of their nuclear power plant. They were going around yelling racial slurs and telling death to Arabs and stuff like that. And this is not the first time I've heard about these far right people in Israel as well.
Was a Kahanist, and I think there's still quite a few of those around.
Yeah, and I've heard a few of them have tried to get into political power as well. What am I looking at?
My coffee cup.
It looks like a mermaid.
It's an owl.
Okay.
Oh,
How do you
that
see a
is so
mermaid?
cute.
I don't know. I thought I saw a tail.
He thought the eyeballs were like seashell boobies.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
thought.
Oh, yeah.
We know what Tyler's been thinking about lately. That's there was some serious psychology going on right there, my friend.
Oh my God, Steve, was that like handmade or something?
No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe, probably, but there's a set of like a half dozen of them. Got cute little wings too.
Oh,
We have fun. We do. We do. Dude, we went through some horrific shit on the show earlier. Is it especially that National Security Council on artificial intelligence report? That's just creepy shit.
Oh, are you talking about the AI lab, the AI Facebook lab, or that was
No,
creepy?
no, no, no. No, the National Security Council on Artificial Intelligence was convened in 2019 to anticipate the world's entry into what they refer to as the AI era. And it includes, oh god damn it, let's pull it up. Oh, that's chapter 8. Where's the thing? Previous reports, final report, that's what we want, but about us and SCAI staff. Come on. Oh, well, let me read you the quote here from the chairman real quick. We have seen AI providing conversation and comfort to the lonely. We have also seen AI engaging in racial discrimination. Yet the biggest harm that AI is likely to do to individuals in the short term is job displacement, as the amount of work we can automate with AI is vastly larger than before. As leaders, it is incumbent on all of us to make sure we are building a world in which every individual has an opportunity to thrive. That is from Chairman Eric Schmidt.
Sounds like something Klaus Schwab would say, or Juncker. It's a good corporate line.
There's a gentleman with an absolutely unpronounceable name, or maybe Yul Bakhtari. No, Bakhratari. He was chief of staff to H.R. McMaster, the National Security Advisor, Deputy Secretary of Defense Robert Work, Special Assistant to Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, DOD since 2010. Undersecretary for Policy in Afghanistan. That worked fantastic, by the way. Chief of Staff for NSCAI is Michael Gable. He was Director of Operations and Designated Federal Officer for the DoD's Innovation Board. Neat. The DoD, not like the Let's Make the World a Better Place department, but the DoD. No background on these guys? Come on. Who do we
to be honest, it used to be called the War Department.
Oh, they just skipped that over. We got another National Security Council and State Department. Yeah, are you picking up what I'm putting down here? Who these guys are? Like, yeah, they're horrifying. They're horrifying. So what they've done and what they've been, what their mandate was to put forth a series of recommendations and a blueprint, kind of roadmap as to how the United States can gain. What's the phraseology, Jones? Something to do with like asymmetric, the kind of superiority that the U.S. needs to win the AI era. Not like the race to develop a functional AI, but the entire era. There's like
winning the AI talent competition or something like that.
I don't know. It's phrased super weird, but also incredibly like Huxleyan. It's the whole thing's fucking. It's 700 some pages long, and they've got some silly ideas. They really do.
Leveraging AI into the future battlefield.
Yeah. Yeah, good stuff.
The new global battlefield where all you assholes are targets.
Well, that's how Skynet started, right? Saw a movie or two like that, right?
I remember that. Skynet.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what do you think Starlink is?
Internet.
Oh, that's a
Elon Musk's
benevolent
satellite.
effort. No, that's a benevolent effort by our Elon Musk. He wants to give internet to everybody, especially in the rural, because half of them don't have internet and they really need it bad.
He's the
It
good
has nothing to
billionaire.
do with government.
So why didn't he call it just Skynet? Or was that like copyrighted or something?
There's actually a company called Skynet.
That's true.
Really?
Yeah.
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 I want that company's name. God damn, that would have been cool. What is Skynet, like a cloud, cloud service?
I think that's the EMP satellites that are just going to nuke everything in an instant. That's,
Flexible services of logistics and distribution, door-to-door services, worldwide courier solutions, air freight services, and return logistics and import services. That's what Skynet advertises.
a CIA front company. Leveraging
So
our
there's-
proxies and corporate partners into the global wartime warfighter.
There's also a Skynet robotic telescope network. There's Skynet high-speed internet. Sure.
That's kind of cool.
Let's see. Skynet is a family of military communication satellites now operated by Airbus Defence and Space on behalf of the United Kingdom's Ministry of Defense. So that's normal.
I feel safer already.
Skynet Security is a leading industrial, commercial, and multifamily security systems integrator, but we are still much more.
Okay, guys, we have Thor in, as you guys can see, and on live. He's in for a while already, and he wants to make a huge announcement.
Okay.
Okay, so we're
Wait,
ending the lockdown.
wait. Let me put the volume up.
Put the what up?
Is the volume louder now, you guys?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're ending the lockdown on May 1st and taking our power back. We're done listening to lying authorities and we're simply just going back to our normal life. That's Labor Day, May 1st. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I don't think it's a bad idea at all, actually.
No. Fuck no.
Mayday.
It's good symbolic, like Labor Day, like back to work day, right?
Yeah.
It's about time.
Right?
I saw in Italy, they had this lockdown and these restaurants and these bars and stuff, they were like done with it. Like they were all going bankrupt. And at some point they just said like, on this and this day, we all open, no matter what the government says, right? And so 50,000 of these bars and restaurants went open on the same day, and the government pretty much couldn't do anything. They just had to let it go.
Yeah, when I was in Istanbul too, the shop owners didn't care, you know.
At some point, you just have to. I mean, you have to like weigh in what is like more important. Either like you're going to keep this lockdown forever, or you're just going to open up. And because you're also dealing with other problems. Like you can talk about the healthcare system and stuff, but if there is no commerce, there is no more business, nothing. No one is going to pay for the healthcare system, so it's going to collapse too.
Well, I think we should be honest. We're like anonymous people here, And we don't have to cater to all that political bullshit. We understand that this is a control system. We understand that they pulled one on everyone, but it worked. That's what it's like. That's the whole point here. That we can talk about security systems and, you know, new world orders and secret societies all day, but if all it takes is, you know, the government scaring you with a fucking virus to give up your rights, well, you know, what's the whole discussion about then?
No, that's fair.
You know, so fight back, resist, stand up against it. Like, come on, the time is now. Don't be like, and no offense to China men, but don't be a Chinese person. Like, don't just bow down to the government system. You're not a part of it. You don't have any influence.
I don't disagree with it. The only thing we can debate on is the methods to stop it. But for the rest, I don't.
The method to stop it is going back to your fucking normal life and you know, like flooding them completely. What are they going to do? They don't have enough manpower to stop us, but that doesn't seem to, you know.
On my return flight from DC after January 6th, the plane was like 95% Trump supporters who were at the Capitol, who damn near to a person said we were used as set dressing. It is like real-time fucking false flag, and holy crap, they're gonna fucking call us all terrorists. And the stewardess, the other two, like, you know, flight crew people, they all hid the entire flight because nobody would wear a mask. So they hid because there were 3 of them.
Yeah.
Plane full of people that were like, yeah, fuck it. Nope, don't feel like it today. Not in the mood. Sorry. Don't feel like pretending anymore. I'm not going to pretend today. And fucking damned if there weren't people like hitting a vape pen, hitting a weed pen. Like, it was a lovely flight.
What I don't understand.
Most one I've had on an airplane in decades.
What I don't understand is I was traveling a lot internationally over this year or last year, is why they do social distancing in the lines and in the airports, but when you get into the airport, they put you fucking packed in like sardines, and nobody, and they say wear a fucking mask. And I remember talking to this stewardess, and I go, look, this lady's been coughing for fucking 3 hours. At what point do you fucking call the doctor? You know? And I was like, you know,
well, because it's not about health.
yeah,
It's not about health.
It's about obeying rules. It's about somebody telling you what to do and you obeying. That is what it's about.
Well, when Klaus Schwab comes out and says the vaccine will be the foundation for the 4th Industrial Revolution, and writes a book called COVID-19 and the Great Reset, and all of the technology that is needed for machine learned health and technocratic tyranny is just magically available at this precise moment, where there are truly schizophrenic mandates and statements and stories and news, and this is what you do, and this works, it doesn't work, we have this, we don't have this. All of it just paralyzes people with confusion and fear, and you can do what the fuck ever you want to them. Like, for example, passing the CARES Act. Like, for example, waiting another like almost a year for any kind of other relief, and then going, wait, no, can't give you that much. Wait, no, this time the Democrats won't let us, but it's okay, don't worry, because the next time it'll be the Republicans that won't let us, unless they want to do something wild for pure political posturing that will then force the Democrats to flat the fuck out reveal that they don't give a fuck about you. They never give a fuck about you. Nobody in Washington gives a fuck about you or a branch office of the World Economic Forum now.
So what you're saying basically is that it's the slave mentality that's the problem.
The submissive void.
Well, I was saying
That-
earlier this
that's
year,
what-
this whole
Everybody's
camp-
acting like fucking children and following rules like it's their mommy telling them what to do, and they forgot they have civil rights at all. Maybe they didn't know. I don't know.
Well, they were always treated as intellectual concepts to so many people, and then for the people who never had them in the first place because of their economic status, the color of their skin, who their parents were, what the fuck ever, they knew they didn't have any rights out the fucking gate, and that fact was beaten
speaking
the
of
fuck
out
into them from day one.
everyone's values suddenly went out the window when the government told you to, we have to take away your rights now, so just please sit there. And everybody's like compliant and like just waiting for them to tell them something else. And yeah, that you get the reality you deserve, I guess. But right now we have like 90% slave mentality on this planet, and the rest of us, we just have to live under that slave thing. And like, you know, I'm a field slave. I'm going to be running. You know, all you house slaves can sit there and be compliant or whatever. But I'm going to rage. Anybody with me?
I mean,
I like it first. It was a good date.
Huh?
I like
you
May.
what?
I like May the 1st. Is a good date. I mean, we have these labor.
It sounds like, yeah.
Yeah,
We
it's a
started.
day to start.
Yeah.
But it's probably going to take more than one day, I'm thinking.
You're not going to get much here because on the 28th, they're removing most of our restrictions. So that's
Yeah,
maybe-
everything's pretty much open here, and I work in an industry that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether there's COVID or not. You're still providing services. So.
Oh, well, that's the
But-
tricks they do.
Yeah, but for those who do not get their restrictions lifted, you know, well, go out and protest. But I would say, you know, to protest anyway, you know,
Yeah.
the lockdown, even if it's actually ending, makes sense because it was an illegal thing. It was pulled on everyone. And let's just face it, it's a big fucking scam. Look at the numbers. Look at the whole statistic. You stand a bigger chance of getting raped by fucking aliens. It's stupid.
Well, I was saying earlier last year, that you could have still kept businesses open and people still could have done everything they wanted to if they were willing to get the proper masks, and everything would have been done hunky dory. But like I was saying to my
Well,
friends
that
overseas-
is again catering to the control system. Nowhere in anyone's constitution does it say that the government can at any time just take away your rights and force you to wear a mask and force you to sit inside your house. And that is like, it's North Korea, but now on the whole planet. Am I the only one like waking up in the fucking Twilight Zone here? We're supposed to fight this, okay? What the fuck is wrong with people?
Yeah, that.
Yeah. So don't come talking about fucking masks. And if we only did this and that, then you're just catering to the same bullshit. If we just lived our fucking lives and, you know, maybe took a step towards health, like ate more vegetables and got more sunlight and shit. Like, at the end of the day, this planet is plagued with disease, and that's because we have, you know, crappy lifestyles. It has nothing to do with some mysterious virus from nowhere that doesn't come anywhere. And how many people do you know who died from fucking corona? I don't know a single person who has it even.
I've known quite a few who have actually died. So.
Well, I don't fucking believe you for a second, dude. I think I think you ate this whole thing up. And I think like
okay.
at the end
I'm
of
not
the day,
gonna
you're
argue with
sitting
you,
here
but,
catering to the system that is trying to control you.
All right, I'm not going to argue with you over this because that both of my parents almost died over this. So
Whatever.
Has the,
That's rude, Thor.
I'm under the impression CDC has.
I don't fucking care. You show me something else and just come on telling me that this one and that one and everyone that's bull fucking shit. Where did the flu go? Where did the actual flu? We've been fighting for hundreds and hundreds of years. We never found a fucking cure to it. It just went away magically. Can you explain that one?
Okay.
That's that's the your politicians, throwing you into lockdown. That's the advantage, there. We stopped the flu. We couldn't get to COVID, but we stopped the flu.
Because everybody wore a mask and got social distance. But the reason the coronavirus is out of hand is because nobody's wearing a mask or social distancing. But the flu bit.
I'm still under the impression that the CDC has not isolated this virus, and your PCR test is testing for something other than COVID. I mean,
everybody dude, the PCR tests are fucking garbage, and everybody's had to admit that. Everybody's had to admit.
I'm going to have to agree with Ducky here and say there's probably a whole lot of different things you're detecting with that bullshit test. And at the end of the day, no, I don't think they actually isolated the virus either.
Yeah, well, coronaviruses were already existing in the 1960s, and there's no saying this PCR test is actually detecting this coronavirus or just the common cold coronavirus from the 1960s. We don't know that. Everyone has a common cold on the body.
But
yeah.
Anyway,
that's the foundation for the fourth industrial revolution. But I mean, we shouldn't take that into account.
Let's talk about the obvious thing, the fear factor. How easy it is to get people to give up their rights if you just scare them with a virus. Nobody's going to survive this life thing. You're all going to fucking die. Probably going to be in some horrible way. But I'm not going to go around living my life in fear because some disease might. I hope it's going to kill me soon because this bullshit is something I really don't want to watch anymore. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm not scared of having the sky fall on my head when I go out my door.
Yeah, well, we already know it is not about health because there are 6 million car accidents in the USA every year. And then you can say why aren't they banning the cars? And then they will answer we need cars to travel and not lockdown.
What about heart attacks? What about all the heart disease? We should ban hearts right now. Number 2, cancer. We should ban reality because cancer will occur in it. And we should ban different stuff. We should just ban humans because they get sick. And, at the end of the day, it's not going to help just stopping life from existing. And it doesn't make sense in the whole context. And, nobody's mentioned this World Doctor Alliance thing yet. So I'm going to do that. That's thousands and thousands and thousands of doctors and signatures.
Oh, yeah.
They go out directly against this lockdown policy and say, this is not the solution. And they're the doctors. And instead, we're listening to some corrupt politicians who seriously, get their shit
300%
and get it pointed out, but they can go back and forth. Oh, masks are safe, and
or no, masks are the way to go, or all masks don't work anymore. Surfaces don't really, spread any corona. So
Oh, we
spraying
knew
down
that all
surfaces
along.
doesn't make any sense. And back and forth on all of those issues, and
Everything that we were reporting on last year at this time that we got fucking deplatformed for, got fucking strikes on channels for, videos taken down, demonetized, all that shit. All of that shit is now mainstream news. All of it. And like, how many times does your government have to lie to you before your sense of skepticism kicks in?
People never learn. You have to keep doing it. You keep doing the same thing over and over again. They never get it. Rats learn quicker.
Like, and Tyler, I'm not trying to say that like people didn't get sick and people didn't die. I'm not trying to say that at all. What I'm trying to say is that the actions taken by people in power have nothing to do with health. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, they use opportunities like this. Either whether they created it or just use it as an opportunity. In both cases, that they abuse these things and they do things that have nothing to do with solving the crisis. They're just they have a different thing in mind. A new form of economy, for example, like all digital.
Reading from a totally different script.
I would say this is not really about, people having this smart plan about this thing. This is about power and how power corrupts people. You can just give them a little. It's enough to give them power over one person, and they will become like monsters. But try giving them power over billions of people and see what happens. It's not rational anymore. That's what I'm talking about. We've been warned about this so many times, but it's like we refuse to see it. How that power turns people into demons. We've seen it again and again and again and again.
Well, and the thing that sucks, man, is that there are 100% good, well-meaning, well-intentioned, like wonderful fucking people who absolutely believe they're doing the right thing, and I don't harbor any ill will towards that. I don't. No ill will towards those people. What we need to have happen though is like a little come to Jeebus moment, because this is not about health. It has never been about health. And we're letting manufactured confusion put people in a place of stasis and paralysis where fear-driven impulses are going to be the guiding principle. So the people that are giving the fucking, pushing you in a direction, if that's where your information bubble lies, you're going that direction. Unless you're not afraid, and unless you're willing to accept the fact that perhaps my government might be lying to me about this. But I understand that also involves fucking almost immediate ostracization from the bubble that fucking got pushed in the direction of fear and forgot that maybe their government isn't 100% honest with them all the time.
This is all about mob mentality, mob rule. It's about the strong person who, has control over the media and the narrative, making the weak person submit. And you can put a lot of details in there, but at the end of the day, that's the principle you're left. So I'm asking, you know, do people really grow up today, or you know, does the government and you know the whole corporate media thing try to keep them as
I think the
children?
main thing behind this is like the creation of this world healthcare system, and second, there is this digitalized money system, right? But the world healthcare system is already being created, and that is what you need for a world government like these people want. You need a world healthcare system now too. You have a world court, you have a world army, you have a world banking system. What you need now is a world energy system and a world healthcare system to actually create this. So what are they doing? They're moving everything in this whole Green Deal kind of thing, and they're moving everything in this new uh, Great Reset kind of thing. And
Well, I think the problem is something that's been a problem for a long time, but people just choose to, you know, look the other way. And that's the market model when it comes to medicine, and how it makes sense for a company to 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 flood a market with, you know, let's say opioids. If
yeah,
that
one
market.
world currency. Elmo is right. One world currency too. Yeah, of course, one world currency. But you have to first digitalize everything, and then you can take over the currency systems. You can't
Yeah,
have cash money
but
anymore.
you have to look at the whole profit scheme here, because this is simply capitalism again, rearing its ugly head. There's a market for different things. There's a market for this, you know, this vaccine, but who created this market? A whole media frenzy, you know, fear factor, this and that. Just but follow the money on this. Who has been making money and making deals and being at the center of this the whole time? That's big pharma. You know, it does look like this was a plan, you know, the whole way to actually
But
sell
this
this
is just a
planet.
temporary boost to big pharma to create this world healthcare system. Don't they
Well,
need the money to
like
actually create this infrastructure worldwide?
big
But they need
pharma
to be
is
boosted.
big pharma is the world healthcare system.
Yeah, so you're artificially injecting money into them so they can roll out this whole infrastructure and build all this stuff worldwide, right? They need to
Well,
create this.
let's just talk about like Johnson and Johnson. They've been paying billions and billions and billions in settlements, but still as active as ever, a big fucking company in the pockets of, or rather, have politicians in their pocket, and you know they're everywhere in the system. But still, these people have been, you know, dragged through court for making Americans addicted to opioids more than once, and had to pay out like giant fucking settlements. But you know, nobody seems to care about that part where they saw a market, they manipulated everything around it, advertising, doctors and everything, to sell people opioids, and they were, yeah, pretty much responsible for the whole opioid crisis, if somebody remembers that. But yeah, we're supposed to listen to Johnson and Johnson when they're coming with some new vaccine. You know, shouldn't we look around the whole thing and see if not Johnson and Johnson had something to do with the whole narrative in the first place? Or is that taking it too far?
I just think
It's Operation Warp Speed. It's going to be great.
I think the end goal is 2030, right? That's the great agenda, and this is the 10-year plan. Like these people always work with like 5-year with 10-year plans, and this uh, started exactly 10 years, and then 10 years ahead is the end goal. And this is because it's not easy to build. There are of course are going to be people resisting. There are countries going to resist. And that's all calculated in the plans.
Well, the end goal, I think that this is stuff they're just serving the public for them, the end goal has been achieved. They have had a richer, better life during Corona than they ever had. Just look at Elon Musk. He became richer than rich because of the whole lockdown. And everybody else too. You know, they're making big fucking money off of this thing. They're living comfortably. They're traveling now without having, you know, any of these, you know, sheep people around them. That they can live like lords, and that's what they're doing. But normal people, they're being locked down and this and that and that. Like, so they don't see that perspective. They think that everybody is like hurting under this thing, but no, they're not. They're making money. We have dead air, people.
Yeah, I know it's just difficult to find like what is the strategy to use. But I think the end goal is that a sustainable thing like from 2030, and everything will change. You know, like a United Nations idea. I think it's on the United Nations website. Even. It's
Yeah, what's sustainable? You know, that would be a thing. Capitalism is not sustainable. It creates piles of waste and you know, destroys everything around it. So that's kind of the whole thing here. You know, that system is already in place. And you know, whatever they're talking around it, I just see a big pyramid being built, and the people on top of it are the people with the money. And you know, this whole talk about sustainable this and that. What about what's happening right now? You can't get a worse situation than you're in right now, but yet we're supposed to be afraid of their plan. Yeah, we should fix the hellhole we're living in right now. And of course, take these people out of, you know, power. But, you know, that's a long stretch when everybody is like a child. You know, I want to save the planet. We're polluting it to bits, you know?
yeah, but the question is, do you throw it under a central government, or do you do things on your own, right? You mean anyone can put like a solar panel on their roof? I mean, don't need government for it, right?
Yeah, I didn't ask for any government to put a solar panel on my roof.
Mm.
Yeah, but that's kind of, you know, the whole thing here, that we're living in a world of children with only a few parents in control of, you know, everything. And, you know, unless we get people to grow up, this is going to be how it is. I don't have any quick solution for it. So, you know, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, if these people didn't, you know, think the whole thing through too, and decided that, well, if they're all children, we should tell them what to do then. And that's what they're doing.
Did I really just come back to a fuck ton of dead air?
Yeah, like everybody's depressed now because I told them the truth.
No, but everyone, I think, agrees on this too. I mean, we all see the same stuff happening. So there's very much very little to say about it. I mean, yeah.
But then we should fight. That's kind of where I'm going with this. That when everybody understands all these things, there's only one thing left to do. And I'm willing to die to fight this thing. Because I don't want to live in this bullshit anymore.
I don't think we have enough time to actually roll out the whole off-grid thing, but otherwise I would say the off-grid thing is the most logical solution to be as little as possible dependent on government.
Yeah. You know, that's...
I mean, if you can provide your own energy and your own food and all these things, you don't have much to do with government, centralized or not. You can take care of yourself and trade with others. Like, yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're going to have to, you know, do some community stuff there too. You know, not everybody can afford a solar panel on their roof, as it is. But it would be in everybody's interest if everybody had a solar panel on the roof. But they're so, you know, ingrained in this capitalism thing that they would never accept that they would have to pay for that solar panel. But when it comes to, you know, 85-year-old, you know, auntie, whatever, you know, we're going to have to pay for her solar panel. I'm willing to do that.
Doesn't have to be expensive though.
Yeah, but
I've, 24,
that's kind of where we're at with it. Everybody who can afford it already bought their fucking solar panels, Mark.
They're not that expensive. I have 24 solar panels on my roof. I probably paid like $300 total. So
that's what I'm talking about, right there, Mark.
Yeah.
But how is that helping your neighbor without any solar panels?
Yeah. That is.
So we would have to do some kind of campaign, and you know, community thing. But you know, people shouldn't be scared of people coming together and doing community stuff. At the end of the day, you would govern yourself. You know, but just the word government is very scary for people.
I mean, you know, there's a there's a difference between like governance and being governed. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
governance
I
is something
just said
that can
government,
happen
like,
through
You can
consensus.
apply that word
if
to a
you-
lot of different contexts, but at the end of the day, it's just about like government. So, are you your own government, or do you live in a government?
Right? I mean, I unfortunately have like some aspects of government that I have to deal with, but largely no.
Do you own your
And
own-
that's decreasing even more very soon.
I understand, but please answer this. Do you own your own property?
Give me about a month.
Okay, so
About end of May.
Who currently owns the property that you reside on?
I mean, the landlord. You,
Do you see?
you know, property
the problem
owner.
there?
Huh?
Do you see the problem there?
Yeah, of course I do. I this. Why are we doing this?
I don't know. Why are we doing this?
I don't know, dude. I guess you. Every time you come on, you need to see if we understand like rudimentary shit. And then I repeat
you know,
like,
I
what
wouldn't,
we're all
I
working
wouldn't
on.
say
and-
anything if you did rudimentary shit. Like if you actually, you know, made some community.
It happens every time, dude. We always end up talking about like all the shit that we have going on, and then you jump to something else, and then you forget about all of it. And
Okay,
I'm
so
tired of
tell
it.
me about the shit you got going on in community projects and
Well, again, sure. Okay. Well, in addition to the organizing that we do around like free speech, free assembly, Julian Assange's fucking extradition, him being used as the head on the stake to ward off all other journalists from publishing anything remotely approaching the truth, U.S. seeking international jurisdiction over the press, trying to criminalize investigative journalism internationally, that kind of thing. There are a number of different projects in both the community and the one I'm moving to that we're working on. I'm a carpenter by trade, so I'm going to be able to go up to an existing large property in a different county. I get to build some cabins for some other people in exchange for the chunk of land that I get and the cabin that I build on that. I'm bringing some people with me. I'm hoping to be able to do this in a number of different spots and teach people how to build their own places and make them, you know, fucking not just livable but comfortable. I am a member of a local historical society that does a ridiculous amount of like cleanup, upkeep, fucking preservation, toy drives. Do toy drives. I mean, I also volunteer for the local newspaper and write stuff, but I love like, do you need more? I mean, I also have a couple other shows where we put out a bunch of information that we believe to be of either, you know, vital import or at least newsworthy, in the hopes that other people will share it and therefore expand the knowledge of their friends and neighbors.
Yeah, but that is all our answer against this destruction of the free press, right? We are creating like this decentralized alternative media.
Well, I'll be honest about this one. I don't see you. I don't hear you. I have to go looking for you. That's
Because you're on Facebook, homie.
well,
And you forget these
what
conversations
other-
every single
so
week.
what billion other people? Wasn't this about reaching people? Wasn't this about reaching people? Or was it about clicking away and hiding away somewhere? We can do
See,
that.
you keep forgetting because we've had this conversation already. We had it just a couple of days ago. There is a channel that does, you know, carries my show
My
on
point is,
Facebook.
I
Not
don't
completely
see
void of the platform.
the day you pop up in my newsfeed on Facebook, I'll shut the fuck up.
Okay. Neat.
I think you get where I'm going.
Okay, but that,
Dude,
okay, but that
you
was not
don't
the
pop up in my news feed, Tor. I don't fucking. I have no. Like, I just flat the fuck out. I have no idea who you are either. Like, it doesn't fucking matter, dude. The point is, we're doing shit, and I would like that to expand. Of course, reaching out to people, trying to build.
I'm talking about the whole picture. I'm not talking about you.
100%.
I'm
You know what,
I'm talking
dude?
about
If you're
let
not
me
satisfied
talk.
because you
me
don't
talk.
see my shit in your news feed, then
I'm
fucking
not talking
go
about
and post
you.
my shit
I'm not
in your
talking
news
about
feed.
you. I'm talking
What's
about the whole.
stopping you?
I'm talking about the whole fucking movement, not you. I'm talking about the whole thing. Nobody's talking about what we're talking about. Nobody's out there talking about how we should make these sustainable communities right now and you know, try to get government to heal.
Maybe not in the Anon community. You're probably you may be right about that. I don't know. I know there's a number of different like spheres of people that are doing stuff like this. What I'm trying to do over the course of the next hopefully it only takes the summer, but for however long it takes is like bring these people, if not all together, then established mutual aid networks, established like trade, you know, fucking kind of agreements and shit like that.
Yeah, but you know the government can shut you down any second.
I mean, but you gotta try.
Yeah, that's why we have to
You
get rid of
know,
the government first.
what's the alternative to trying? Fucking giving in? Like, fuck that, dude. So we're gonna try.
Let me speak first of all, so maybe you get where I'm going with this. You need to turn off the monster first, the government that is on your back. You need to declare yourself sovereign and independent from that system. And you can do that as communities, not just as private individuals. You can go together and say that right now, this is an independent zone. This is whatever land we're living on. And we don't have any government influence here anymore. We're going to do everything ourselves, produce everything ourselves, and make everything ourselves. Of course, that would be an extreme addition, but in that direction.
That's solid.
That's what I'm talking about. And many people are actually, planning to do exactly that. Some have, well, to a certain degree done it, but, at the end of the day, if you have some governing body that can just shut you down, well, that is very problematic. But yeah, one step at a time, of course. We should get people together and, start talking about how we can actually do this.
Someone says the voice of God can be heard in that air.
Yeah. So any questions from the audience?
Plenty seem to agree with it. Let me see. Yeah, so one guy says he agrees with Thor, but we have to live normal. If we don't participate in a lockdown, then they have a problem. But how do you do something like on a massive scale like that? How do you accomplish that?
Well, if everybody just went back to their normal, well, it used to be the other way that was the problem. Everybody just doing bullshit all day and living their life. But somehow some magic wand got them all to stop at the same time. Of course,
So how do you use a magic wand that makes like more than half of them go back to it and not participate anymore? How do you accomplish that? Because if a few thousand do it, we raise hell. A few thousand people do it, right? They're all going to be arrested because the rest isn't doing it.
Well, we need to move into the government sector. We need to take control of the whole thing, and yeah, just deconstruct it, make it into a direct democracy and local thing. Give people more, local authority and more autonomy over themselves. Well, first of all, put that idea in their heads, but then we need some media power, so we need money, I guess. I should play the lottery.
Even then, you won't have the reach like these official.
If I have enough money, I will be able to do anything.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, you know how it works. But can you avoid being corrupted by that power and that money?
I don't know. I don't think so. You have to be very strong with it.
So what you're saying is that the devil is in control of this sphere, and we're here to just learn that greed and power are, the leaders, and whatever solidarity and functionality was the joke.
Yeah, well, I won't be corrupted by money or power, and neither will anyone in this panel, I think. But I mean, if you're building a network with all kind of people around you, there's plenty of people going to be corrupted. That's how it is.
Well, speak for yourself. If I had all the money in the world, I would probably be an asshole.
Hey, you're already an asshole without anybody.
Oh, I forget. Anyway.
Hey, man.
Left himself open for that one.
Yeah, that's easy Easy pitch, Thor. Seriously.
Oh my god. But yeah, I think that's a problem for most people. I don't think even Jeebus would get through that one.
No, you surround yourself by people, and our people are weak in many ways, so you're always corruptible.
I think the answer is decentralization of power more than concentration of it.
Like a direct democracy thing too. If you actually vote about ideas and not on people.
Exactly. So yeah, back to the direct democracy thing again. I think we should start pushing that for real, you know, and explain to people what it would be. Because right now we have representative politics, and that was never actually democracy. You don't get a say. You just get to pick your leader, and yeah, that's
so
like a monarchy.
the local pirate party in Amsterdam, they had like one area in Amsterdam, like in the south of Amsterdam, they introduced like direct democracy in it, and people were like voting about like simple things, right? But still, it was working really well. And then like what is it, like 48 other areas or something like took over the idea, and they also introduced direct democracy. Some basic things.
Well, yeah, we should do a show on that one then. Tell people how that worked out.
Yeah, they had like some kind of like thing like you could just like anyone could like pitch an idea, kind of like on a forum, like on an internet forum, and then people could just do like +1 or -1. And then the
Well,
best
this
idea.
sounds like original democracy, a radical idea where people get to participate.
Yeah, you drop an idea and people can vote, like give it like a plus if they like it, and then
Exactly. Yeah, that would be the real one.
there's no leader involved in that at all. That's the thing.
Yep.
You could assign people who actually do like the tasks of like accomplishing it, but they're not leaders. They're just people who do the tasks.
Yeah, they're employees, so you can fucking fire them if they don't do their job.
Yeah.
Yep. I so do agree.
You know, at least try starting this with like some things already, like. But I think you have something like that. Maybe you guys know this, Steve or Tyler. I think you have something like that in California already. Like you have a person you can vote on, but you also get like a second thing that you can vote on, like certain ideas that have been pitched.
So yeah, so there's I mean you vote on candidates, but you can there's also like ballot measures, there are propositions and oh god. What's the other one? Tyler? Lori?
What do you?
There's
ballots?
propositions and there.
You get like a list of things or something like that, just like proposals, and you can get like you can fill in if you agree on that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, so if you collect enough signatures, you can get a referendum to where the public gets to vote on something. The problem with that is that there's always a period of time for an ad campaign to come in. And even when like something really fucking makes sense, an ad campaign can fuck it up. But yeah, I mean, we get to vote on a handful of different things. Very rarely do the voters get to write the legislation they're voting on, though. It's not really how it works.
Yeah, so and that part should perhaps be changed. That anyone could like fill in things on that. Not perhaps with the number of signatures, but like percentage in favor of it or not, something like that.
And
Right.
imagine all the entertaining bills you would have to vote on.
I mean, it's like
Like-
you're not voting on a guy who says like I'm going to do 5 out of these 6 things. So
Mandatory McDonald's for everyone. Like, yeah. But yeah, it could work. I'm just kidding, you know? But you would
No, it
probably
does. In
have
Iceland,
to
they tried it too. In Iceland, it seems to be working too. I think in
you
Switzerland, they
will
have something
probably
similar
have to
too.
do some sort of pre-evaluation of some of these things, so you don't end up voting on, the stupid bills.
Oh, in Switzerland, they have something like this too, but they have it like a bottom-up democracy too. They don't have top-down. So they vote on something locally, and then it's accepted locally, and then moves up in the ladder. Like it will be discussed in other places too, and it's already accepted locally, and then you just move it around the country. So it's not like the top government decides everything for everyone. That's in Switzerland. I know in Iceland,
Switzerland is a unique thing, though. We should do a show on Switzerland's politics.
it's very special, unique in the world, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Iceland has direct democracy. I don't know what other countries have it, but yeah.
I guess it's been tested in several places. We have to do some research if you want to do a show on it.
I think you actually need people from those areas in the show. No one guy from Switzerland, by the way. I had him on the show before. He's a journalist. Yeah, and from Iceland. Yeah, we need someone from Iceland then too, I think. See, like, how happy are they with it, actually?
There's a great comment in the Rockford chat from Prime Cat there. The mass population is still too dumb for direct democracy to work, but it should be worked towards. People need to get smarter about propaganda. And I mean, that's hard. It's hard to argue with.
It's going to be a long educational process, like explaining how the system would work in the first place, and I guess empowering people to actually, envision themselves making their own decisions or partially being responsible for their own life. It's very comfortable being a child, you don't have to make any adult decisions. You can just sit there and play your video games and eat your fast food, So I do understand that a lot of people like fall back on that, being lazy, being a kid, but we have to grow up now, people.
Trying to figure out how there's so many people in this chat and like
Well, nobody's speaking.
Yeah.
Well, speak, people.
Yeah. Well, we covered almost all the subjects already, right? Or is there something left still?
Now it's enlightenment.
Enlightenment.
I don't know. Well, I say we've come to a place where we should take the next step, but everybody's kind of like, what's the next step, people?
Did we talk about the confession of Derek Chauvin, and did we talk about Chevron lobbying against sanctions in Myanmar?
Well, I think we should do like a direct democracy show,
Yeah, we can do that later on. We have this list
go in depth and explain to people how that could work, and especially now with all the technology we have, we could make that function every day, so to speak. You make so many decisions on your phone every day, click, 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 like and unlike and post and share and God knows what. You should spend like 5 minutes of those, voting on issues that might affect you. And a lot of these issues that local politicians and other politicians vote on could be voted on by people instead. So yeah.
Who decides what you vote on, though?
Well, I guess kind of the community does. At the end of the day, things will come up anyway, Let's say you get like a baby boom thing going somewhere and you need to build a new school because you need to fit all the new kids in the new school. That would be a thing, People come together and start talking about, where the school is supposed to be and who's going to build it and all that kind of stuff. And then, of course, voting on, are we making a school or not type thing. But I could give you like 10,000 examples of things that need doing every day. And so could probably the rest of the panel too. Let's take the solar panels, for instance, if we all agree on that we should have some cleaner energy.
I don't think it's just about energy, it's just about being as independent as possible from the government. Energy is one crucial part of that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but to
And
a
you
certain
need-
degree, you can't be independent of a community you try to exist in, And if we try to make everybody into some lonely universe of automation or whatever, I don't think that's going to help, human interaction in the future. I think, way in the future, we will develop a more advanced what should I call it? Communal intelligence. Perhaps to the point where we're, sending thoughts to each other like we're doing on our iPhones and smartphones. But yeah, on the way there's going to be a lot of conflict because, you have the individual and you have the community as two entities that need to work together. And you can't just like do away with one of them. Like the government is trying to do away with the individual now, it's not possible. And the other way, a lot of individuals want to do away with government on the whole, but that it would also be impossible. You would end up with a lot of, unmanaged things. It would look like Idiocracy, that movie, to a certain degree, where everybody's waiting for somebody else to do it. So when it comes to like cleaning up our own shit and stuff, that's something we will have to do anyway. So yeah, I'm all for autonomy and independence and such, but to the degree that you understand that, oh, I'm an independent person and I have to work with my neighbor to get stuff done, I guess I look at it differently after buying a farm and having to do stuff like that in practice. For a lot of people, this is theoretical stuff.
Seems Rockwell is beating YouTube now. with 2 difference, right? How many are there on Rockfin now, Slow, do you think?
Let me refresh the thing there. Got on YouTube.
What is beating YouTube, you said?
Oh, we're also streaming
It's
on the
a
Rockfin
new-
platform, which is different.
Oh yeah, YouTube.
Oh, there's 25 on Rockfin right now.
Okay.
That's because that one is
YouTube's up
probably
by
not
one now.
throttling your
Or
performance.
29
Well,
on YouTube. They're going back and forth, the little bastards.
well, YouTube is just shadow banning everybody talking about stuff like this, so you can be glad you have anybody watching at all.
No, it's true. It's true. Is this going out on that other channel? Or no? The
I'll
other
upload it
YouTube
after.
one?
I'll upload it afterwards. It's okay. It's fine.
Okay.
But yeah,
Get
the
like
people
a-
in control of the information, that's kind of the problem here.
just clickbait, right? That gives you like 10 times the viewers.
Right?
Yeah, it's kind of bullshit you have to do these days.
Hmm.
25 on Rockfin, 29 on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, I share it like crazy on Twitter though. I mean, and dropped the YouTube link in in like all these Discord servers. So I'm surprised like Rockfin still seems to beat it. I mean, you're thinking about like all the effort put in the YouTube link.
What?
Yeah, no. I think Steve posted like the Rockfin link like once, and like we put so much effort in promoting the YouTube from different Twitter accounts, drops it in all these Discord servers, and still has like 3 or 4 more listeners, or even like sometimes like equal. So yeah, pretty clear YouTube is fucking with
Well-
it. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Oh, YouTube is the devil. I don't. It's so painful, man, because we're almost to the point where we're gonna lap our YouTube subscriber count on Rockfin, and we've been really honestly been on the platform for a year, been posting since November, mid-November, really. We posted a couple between getting on in April and in November, but didn't fucking should have, but didn't take it seriously enough. And then yeah, I mean, shit, dude, we've got like 4,100 subscribers on Rockfin, but because they don't censor, we're like right now we're the #1 video for the week. That video's number 7 of all time in free thinking media. Like we're a fucking the only show under 10K that's consistently in like their top videos and stuff. And the only reason that happens is because we aren't algorithmically suppressed.
Yeah.
Well, and we fucking,
Which goes to the best, like the
You-
Vigiles, do they still get like the most?
you what now?
The Vigiles, the Assange Vigiles, do they get like the most viewers?
No, they get about the same here or on Rockfin as like most of the other shows. So they're up there. Like on YouTube, the view count's cut in half almost every time, if not like 2/3 is a regular video. And here they're about the same. Like there's obvious, like we'll do shows where based on the guest, there's just a fuck ton more views, but consistently, it's about the same.
See, I don't know if the numbers are on YouTube are even correct. I don't even know.
No, they're
Yeah,
not.
I mean,
on
they're
the
not.
back end. On the back end, it's not correct. I can verify that because it's that's not right. That's not a right number. No, well, not how many people are commenting in the chat. So
No.
like
So
I,
I'm thinking there must be a reason behind that too, and that's probably if you keep the numbers low, that it like shows up lower in
well,
the
yeah.
search rankings.
In order to they I've always had this conspiracy theory. I mean, call it theory, but I can't prove it. That there are only certain videos that they want in the if you don't have an account and you go to YouTube and there's certain videos that are in the carousel. I think that's where the algorithm works. Is they try to delist anything from ever getting onto the carousel unless you're posting cat videos or some sort of famous G-rated musician, you know?
You remember what they used to do on Facebook to us?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
they would
yeah.
also keep the number low. We knew it because there were more people commenting below the video about the video than it showed as
In
the
the
number watching.
yes,
And
Yeah.
if you looked at the views when the video was done, it had like 11,000 views or whatever, but it still was like 23 people watching. So it doesn't add up, you know?
True. We had
Yeah,
some
no,
episodes.
it's like that with the vigils consistently have like dozens more likes than you'll ever see live viewers.
Yeah. The early days of
And
ABB,
people aren't just drive by liking, you know.
the early day ABB episodes, some of them got like 40,000 viewers. Like on Facebook. Like, yeah. And then that was like record
Yeah.
numbers. It's the highest number we ever had. Like that, like, what was it? Between 25,000 and 40,000 on average on these good episodes. So
And those were organic numbers, and then they started throttling everything. So that's why everybody got butthurt over that. But I still see the huge potential of reach we have. Not the actual reach, but the potential reach. You know? Never mind.
oh, you're working on some things. I mean, I'm going to like reshape this entire Anonymous Bites Back website and stuff. I'm going to change some things.
We have to hide, and we have to pretend we're some commercial enterprise or several. We have to start selling them something they want, like memes.
Well,
Sell memes.
I know like our own sites won't be censored because we have like the Anonymous World Wide Web blog. There's like these simple articles on it, and I have some articles get like 50,000 readers. So that gets a lot of traffic, and there's a lot of traffic coming from like search engines, from social media, and some things they have like what 29,000, 35,000, 50,000 readers on an article. Like
I know it does sound like a lot, but when we're up against millions and millions of views on these other ones, you know, we're pretty much invisible.
I know that. Yeah, needs to be far more. So I have to change some things. But yeah.
We need money.
Yeah, but then you're feeding into these systems. You want to pay money for advertising on these platforms or what?
Yeah, but that's the only way you get ahead. That's the only way you get anywhere. Of course, I would go one step further and say we need Facebook technicians on our side working with us. But that's a stretch.
Well, yeah.
But that would be the perfect scenario if we got some people who actually knew the system, who were able to put codes in and change stuff up for us, you know? But the next best thing is money.
Yeah, and okay, unless you boost like an alternative where you do have tax involved, right? So, but you have to all work together on this alternative to make it huge. There is a lot of work involved.
Yeah, that's the problem. As long as the money masters decide who gets the information, you know. This is like we could be working harder than all of our enemies day in and day night without getting anywhere. And that's kind of the sad part. We need to cheat the right way, and everybody's afraid of like feeding money into the system. You feed money into the system all day. You do know that, right?
Someone says
Just
call
by
it dissident cats. Let's just call it summon.social. What do you think about that? Instead of dissident cats.
well, at the end of the day, we need Facebook back.
We need to use Facebook and all these platforms to promote a new platform.
I mean, we need it in our possession. It needs to be our property, like public, because it's so big. It's bigger than anything. And having just a handful of people control it, that is very problematic, and we need to do something about it. So we need to launch this idea that Facebook should become public property.
Well, essentially, it is. It's a corporation with stocks and options, but unless you have a majority share, you don't have really a say in what the internal politics on Facebook does.
Well, it needs to be following the same rules as other things in the public sphere or space as such. It can't be exempt as a company. It needs to be following rules, especially concerning free speech and censorship and stuff like that.
Well, we've needed an internet constitution for a long time. It's been proposed, but nobody's ever actually done anything about it.
Well, I'm declaring it now. So there.
Yeah, but will it be like the United Nations where like certain platforms have like a veto? I mean, Facebook is so big. Facebook, YouTube are so big. I mean, they will obviously have vetoes in this constitution. Like
I think this would be more about decapitating the whole beast there and making it into something that couldn't be used for what it's being used for now. A big data gathering operation. It might as well be, a foreign entity or, its own country. And now it's operating inside everybody's borders. And am I the only person who sees the problem here?
No,
No.
Tim Berners-Lee has been talking about this for quite a few years and submitted a proposal, but I have not. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The when he came up with the HTTP, he didn't think that it would. He essentially created the protocol to try interconnect people and to make us closer. But what he's seen over the years is it's been used as a weapon to further divide people, and so he was trying to make his own shit, and it really hasn't got off the well, there's code being written, but it really hasn't gotten popular. So
Was that does the Tim Berners-Lee one like the Internet 2 one?
yes, he has. I forget what the new thing he's trying to build. I haven't really read in depth the white paper.
I really want to look at that. I really do.
Yeah, there is code being written. He's still continuing to do that. I know that, but it's as far as getting the average user to move over it and stuff. Because other proposals have been done over the time. The HTTP became an established protocol. There's been I2P. I2P's been around since '94. Okay, that never really got off the ground. And then there's been private nets like Freenet, GNUnet. Those really never got off the ground, other than Internet Gurus. Tor, that's a totally different story. But as far as other internets, as to say, there really isn't anything as established as what's going on right now. forget what he's making right now. I forget what it's called.
So I've got it. But it's like World Wide Web
Solid,
2.0.
yeah, solid,
Yeah.
solid project, yeah.
Him and MIT have been doing this. It's like if you combined Google Drive with WhatsApp, Spotify, and pretty much every piece of cloud storage and online connectivity you use today all in one place. The difference here is that the information is under his control. So, the idea is each user is assigned a solid ID and solid pod. When they first come online to the platform, it can be hosted anywhere you want. Pod here stands for personal data store, which is what it does. Instead of Google Drive, where the data is stored on the company server, on Solid, the data exists in your pod, but it doesn't say who else can access that pod with a backdoor. If it's like WhatsApp, the backdoor is built in.
It needs to be locked down,
Oh.
like blockchain or something, impossible to break.
But we've found out that that's actually been censored over time. What's that one where you get paid for posting articles? They were essentially, yeah. Steam was censoring people, even though other people could see what was being censored. They were still censoring.
Oh, Medium too. Medium did that.
Yeah.
Substack.
How much time do you have left?
Everywhere.
Doug?
LinkedIn.
Like
LinkedIn is
7
fucking
minutes.
censoring people. Huh?
Yeah, LinkedIn has been censoring people. Yeah, that I've been reading up. It's been more common more lately than it has been before.
Denny Rancourt got censored over there. Ryan Christian, Last American Vagabond, got censored over there.
I'm really surprised by that one, though.
Huh?
Are you really surprised by Ryan that being censored there? I mean, he does like the anti-COVID stuff, but Bill Gates, literally founder of Microsoft, that runs LinkedIn.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that is Moderna. That is Microsoft. That is behind all of this. Like, yeah, he's going to be
torturers have their resumes on LinkedIn. Like all kinds of white collar criminals have their resume. Fucking the narrative management that comes through on LinkedIn. To censor Ryan for, and not for posting medical misinformation, but for posting information that might cause people to think.
Mm-hmm.
It might cause people to question the narrative. Not that it was factually incorrect. It was factually correct.
You know that somebody actually owns the whole infrastructure, the backbone of the internet, and at the end of the day, they will be able to stop whatever they want to stop. So it's like some playground where like like the big kid is in control just until like some parent comes along and tells him he can't be at the playground anymore.
Can you hijack fiber? Can you bootleg can you bootleg enough to host IPs and shit? Like is that possible?
Yeah.
Like, is it possible to pirate the entire internet?
It is actually.
Well,
That's what I thought.
Well, the telecom
problem
companies were the ones who built down the foundation of the internet, the tier, what do they call them, tier 3.
When we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about physical infrastructure. We're talking about the actual, fiber optic cables and the whole hookups, and a lot of this is contained inside, fences and buildings and stuff. So, it's kind of hard taking control over it.
Well, essentially, yes, because a telecom company owns several telecom companies own them.
Yeah. So But yeah, the money controls it, and that's kind of back to the money again. But if they want to, they can shut you down. When they have, the physical cable, they can pull it out of the fucking socket if they want to.
Well, and they do. They did it in Myanmar too. So when they can do it anywhere, of course.
Yeah.
There are solutions like going back to dial-up internet, for example. You can set up dial-up servers, for example.
Yeah, there's still a few around.
We have other ways too. We can still send Wi-Fi signals, and we can still make our own receivers and transmitters.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about too.
You can also do ham radio net. That's been proposed, and there's also mesh networks, but you still need an AP at one end. But ham radio internet was very interesting. I'm surprised it never got off a few tinkers off to get it off the ground, but it never really went anywhere. That was really interesting, where you could broadcast one AP over several miles.
Well, I'm thinking that might be very resource heavy.
Yes, yeah.
So technically, we could set up like a dial-up internet for like text messaging to each other outside of the system.
Yeah, I would do anything I could do, and have all possible backups. So yeah, go ahead, do anything you can before we get cut off this thing too. Discord is just as evil as the rest of them, by the way.
Of course.
They didn't.
Too big.
They didn't get bought out by Microsoft. They're going corporate next week, I heard. So that is that.
Yeah.
They left a lot of fucking money on the table.
Yep, they walked away from $12 billion. You know what? And I hate to say this. Like I know they mean well. They think that they could get away with not making a deal with Microsoft, but when you don't make a deal with Microsoft, you end up in the dirt. So I mean, c'est la vie, more power to them, but they're gonna fail.
Rest in peace, Discord.
Yeah.
Well, now they're going to get targeted for hosting platforms that have hate speech, and they're going to become Q adjacent. Discord is going to become the home for the Q-universe. I guarantee you.
Oh, they're going public, but these powerful people like Microsoft and their investors, they're going to get into the stocks and they're going to short these people whenever they're ready for them.
Oh yeah, there's that too. Are they going public?
Yeah. So once you go public and somebody else is going to get a majority share, at some point, the buddies that are in the room with you are not going to be the buddies in the room with you in 5 years.
Right.
We got 1 minute, guys.
Sunday, Eva Bartlett, Vanessa Beeley, Deborah gets red pilled. Monday, Derek Bros. Spay and neuter your pet's politicians.
Did you say to spay and neuter all politicians?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and I'm rolling in.
I have a better idea. Why can't we just fire them and go direct democracy instead?
Into the moon.
Here we go.
They should hang by a rope at the nearest street corner. It's a constitutional
But that's
remedy.
too easy. That's blaming other people for fuck up you're part of keeping alive.
We're gonna make an example out of them.
We're just gonna fire them and make them normal people and say, "Oh, you don't have any say anymore," and we're gonna do this democracy style now.
And we'll roll out.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.